everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to Middle Earth. Welcome back to Gondor. Welcome back to Minas Tirith. Welcome back to our White Tree diorama. Fabulous Fountain Court Guard. Here's another one of the guys that we did last night. We did three of those. We did Denethor. We did the White Tree itself, which I've got sitting around somewhere. So there's Denethor right there. He's just hanging out. He's just hanging out doing Denethor stuff. Let me see, where can he go? I think he's gonna go up here, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Simple color scheme here, right? Land dress, nothing too crazy. The color scheme you got going on the Smurfs is looking fantastic there, land dress. Looking really, really good. Let's see, so we'll just do our same little dry brushy thing. Now we've got 2, 4, 6. We got like 9 of these guys. I want to keep at least one of them as primer, and then we'll do leave one as kind of the dry brush type thing. So maybe even one with just the glaze stuff on there, so that people can kind of get a little vision of how that actually looks. Nice to see you there, AD. Well, that's now you're there with the whole crew there, Landrest, or just kind of there doing a quick little pickup stuff. So nice to see you there, Recoil. So everybody say hello to AD, hello to Recoil. Thank you so much, Ryan. Sorry this is later, but we've been kind of waiting to see what kind of craziness was going to be happening here. It's going to be a wild 4 days, I guess. Hey there, Pikmin, how you doing? Actually, Pikmin, when there's more people here, same thing, Ryan and AD. When there's more folks here, why don't you share some of the stuff? Now, so Pikmin, that last piece is looking fabulous. You've been really doing amazing stuff. Last 3, 4, 5 pieces. Okay, Landra. Now, is the crew coming back to Shea Landras there? So AD, it's going to be, well, they keep saying it's going to be basically like a repeat of July 25th with the floods and everything. Only over the course of like for 4 days. Now let's get some of this blue rocking here. Where's my... That's it. That's the one we want right there. So no problem there. And again, Pikmin, once there's more folks, please share your stuff there. Again, same thing, AD. You want to share some stuff. Actually, AD, we're going to be streaming this Sunday, maybe. I think the last stream, the test stream went really well, right, AD? So AD, the last, well, it wasn't. It was only like this morning. What I was seeing was that was pretty much turn out to see. At best, it would maybe reach Cape Hatteras or something like that. That it kind of has taken some twists and turns, but that can all with hurricanes, things change like in an hour, right, AD? Yeah, AD. I'm sure that it's gonna just kind of play itself out. Right? It might end up being exactly the same. Maybe it gets tweaked different. I'm just glad that went really well. And again, Ryan, appreciate you doing that. So Ryan, sorry I didn't get a chance to write you too many messages. Well, among the other things that I've got to do, many other things, there's this, because the niece's wedding is coming up. So I was doing this, and then I was doing this. So yeah, and now I'm sculpting the wedding cake topper. And essentially, I'm kind of doing the same thing like I did. Let me see here if we've got this. There we go. So I'm essentially doing the same thing that I did for us here, is doing a wedding cake topper. AD, I know you didn't move very far, so it wasn't really going to change. It wasn't going to change too much. I mean, I don't know if you're further uphill or downhill. Nice to see you there, Camda. Happy Saturday. So Rico, did you get a chance to play around some more with the new paints? Sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you a message. It's been kind of, well, it's been all weather watches, trying to help the neighbor, because the neighbor was supposed to have the roof patched today, but it wasn't, which means the water was coming into the house. Nice to see you there, Steve. How you doing? Now there's some folks in the chat. So yeah, Pikmin, Ryan, AD, you guys want to share some stuff? Same thing, Rico, you want to share some stuffs? Please go ahead and do that. So again, what we're doing here is the initial lighter dry brushy stuff, right? Then we do our glazy stuff, and then we just start getting into some of the more detaily type things. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Pikmin just shared. And of course, Camda. Now, were you able to maybe just kind of pick something to work on? Just say, nah, whatever. I'll just do this. Doesn't have to be anything in particular. Hopefully, you're able to find something. Maybe something like we were talking about, inconsequential. Just mess around with it. Maybe try something different. So yeah, Pikmin, that's been looking fantastic. Now, actually, Pikmin, you weren't. Let's say, oh, were you bringing that to LVO or to ReaperCon? Because LVO, well, no, LVO is in October, right? ReaperCon is basically now. You're not doing DragonCon, I don't think, right, Pikmin? Because I know DragonCon also has themselves a contest of some kind. Let's see. Yeah, recoil. I really do like the airbrush. The Badger one, actually, I like it recoil because it actually smells good. Yeah, actually, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna use me some of that airbrush cleaner. I like how it smells. So you're doing this. So you got roughly about two. Is it like 2-ish months there, Pikmin, to finish off that one? And I guess now will you bring in the other pieces too? Because I think there was a bust in there too, right, Pikmin? Yeah, we'll keep doing this here. So yeah, we did these on the flat bases for the most because remember they're going into this diorama thing right here. Whoops, let me move that back again. There we go. All right. Now yeah, we'll play everything by ear. It's gonna be, and Monday might be the same thing. Just gonna be like, okay, whatever's happening right now, whatever it's gonna let us do, we will do. And again, there's nothing. Well, like we say, there's no rocket surgery to this. Ryan, I've been meaning to ask. Now, I think Arizona. I know Arizona State was ranked in the top 20. Or sorry, not Arizona. Iowa State. Sorry. Yeah, that's a. I did not. That was not meant in a nasty way. Oh, hey there, Armored Wolf. I figured you guys would still be at the concert, cause well, let's see. It's only 7:55 there. And of course, happy birthday to Charity. If if Charity's if the concert is over and Charity just happens to be standing next to you with the phone. So you're able to get some. Let's see. So, oh, you did get the Severus Bow, and well, yeah, I definitely think the Pearline Crimson is really worth it, Camda, because it does so many different things. Remember, we've been using that for the blood effects too. Well, that'll be fantastic there, Pikmin. Oh, geez, thanks. Appreciate that, Camda. So what was the other one? Oh, Cobalt Teal, of course. Oh, and the Mars Black. Geez, I forgot about that. Great to see you there, Uber Yeti. So Camda, I think the Mars, let's see, the Mars Black from Gamlin and Williamsburg, it was almost impossible to tell them apart. The Mars Black from Windsor Newton is okay. It's not bad, but of the three, it's the one I would take last. Let's put it that way. So I think if the Gamlin one was cheaper, then all the better because it's kind of pretty much almost the same thing as Williamsburg. So that'll be fantastic there, Pikmin. Let's see, we're trying to, again, we're just doing our lighter dry brushy stuff here. We'll do one more round of that, then we start doing the glazy stuff. Now Camda, I guess, if it's just going to be the oh geez, Cam, I keep forgetting I got to get the regular oxide green. Yeah, keep forgetting about that. We're just going to do a little light stuff here. We don't want to be snapping this thing off. That would be sad face there. So AD, again, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I think, Ryan, you were able to share some of your stuff, right? And of course, Recoil, you want to share any of your fabulous basing stuff, please go ahead. Now, actually, Recoil, I was just wondering, like, because the podcast thing, something like this would be really good for that, like the stuff that you've been experimenting with, all the basing stuff and this stuff here. Fine, sure. Let me just hit this too. Again, we're keeping this as simple as we possibly can. Because remember, these guys effectively are just for photography. I mean, they would be used in a game too. It's not like they'll just be tossed aside or something like that. But their primary function right now is actually for photography. Now we're going to leave this guy here as a primed one, so you can to see what we're starting to build up to something. Now we'll just put you off to the side here, maybe something like that. And again, here was our fabulous White Tree. Yeah, I'm just gonna take it out of there because that's just gonna be in the way. So there's the fabulous White Tree of Gondor, which will go somewhere, which is not here. Let me see if there's a place where we'll just chuck that guy over there. I'm gonna try and get some of this stuff out of here. Grab maybe this little guy here. 1 second here. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Just had to scare up my reference again. Now it was pretty handy doing this those 3 guys yesterday, because we didn't just get a chance to see what the color scheme would look like. We actually got a chance to really create some kind of some shortcuts in places there. Yeah, Recoil, I think so. Well, I mean, Recoil, if it came down to if things ever are not insane here, well, we just do it ourselves, right, Recoil? It's the first ever Hobby Aussie Rules podcast. Of course, everybody that we needed to win or lose won. Although, actually now, Recoil Gold Coast, if the Doggies do win that game against the Eagles, I do believe the Doggies are going to jump Gold Coast. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that the AD Creations just shared. Of course, Uber Yeti, if you want to share something, please go ahead. Appreciate you being here, Uber Yeti. Whoops, that was a little more of that than we wanted right there. It's not really a huge tragedy because, well, we're putting our darker glaze stuff over the top of it anyways, so not that big a deal. So you can kind of get an idea what we're starting to do now. Yeah, that just ReaperCon, not at a great time of year at all. Also, being over 900 miles away is an issue. Actually, Armored Wolf, so it looks like my Alaska family, they're actually flying out of Anchorage. I guess it's a good thing that it wasn't this last weekend because that would have been interesting for them. I don't know if they closed the Anchorage airport there briefly when all that stuff was going on. Okay, that's fantastic, Uber Yeti. So sorry if there's a bit of distraction. Recoil, you and me both, right? I mean, this literally was the only thing. And well, when they took this thing away, it was just like, okay, I guess I don't know, Armored Wolf, that the new Catan figure or something like that. Is that going to be part of a broader release, or is it just like, okay, here, look, here's a new Catan, no Necron, other stuff coming out, just the Catan. Here, there's the distractions are, well, let's see. Is there going to be small tornadoes again, like there were earlier today? They were ripping roofs off of houses. That's what we're looking to see what's going on here. Or are we going to have 5 inches of rain in less than 2 hours? Now, of course, I think let's see. There's now 7 layers of defensive whatever that weren't there the first time that happened. So no matter what, it's bound to be a little bit less impactful. And people, like I say, people wonder why I don't go anywhere in July and August and September, or any time when it's not winter, because this is what happens. That's yeah. Oh, geez, we didn't get any of the later stuff down here. Is there a piece of? Okay, there we go. There was a piece of support nub on there. Uh, yeah, a little bit lighter there. I might even. Let's see. Let's just keep maybe this guy here. So, trying to keep two of them that are in these earlier stages. Well, it can be three actually. Yeah, be three of them in these earlier stages. And what's kind of nice is that having those, it's like our old Saturday challenges, right? We have those things sitting there, and then maybe later on in the stream we just say, you know what? Here, let's just start this guy up. Let's kind of do a from the beginning process again, and that way the folks that are newer to the stream, they came in with raids, whatevs, they get to maybe see that part of the process. So this guy we're going to leave, but you can see what we got to do. And now it is almost time to do those darker glazy things. However, we're just going to clean this out. And again, let's see, are these? Oh yeah, these are finally dry. Now I can finally take the pictures of these guys. Because again, we had the cobalt teal bluish out there. So let's see, this was our four spacescapes in one stream, where we painted entire planets into existence in a matter of seconds, right, Camda? Yes. What the universe took billions of years to create, we create in a few brushstrokes in a few seconds. Clearly, the universe is doing something wrong. Let's keep doing more of this, like right up on the top here, also up there. I would think that means that the universe should get new rulers or new ruler. I do have someone in mind. We'll have to keep that a closely guarded secret. Lighten this up too. For here. I mean, the health plan alone for such a position is really fantastic. But see, it took us no time at all, Uber Yeti, to create Elementium. Yes, the universe has elements. We have Elementium, you Uber Yeti. Yes, that we can call on whenever we need it. The wonders of Elementium, right, Uber Yeti? Boy, this is really, it's interesting to see. Well, good. We didn't really have this before. This is again what I like about the Saturday Challenge. There's enough figures to kind of have this around. It's pretty wild to see this kind of little wee progression there. Now, all kidding aside, Uber Yeti, it was pretty hilarious Thursday night to just go, oh, planet. And very much the same way when I was a kid, I would see Bill Alexander do his, remember the mountains in the background? He would take the, well, obviously Bob Ross does the same kind of thing with the palette knife, right? And he would just like in a few seconds, all of a sudden, there's mountains with snow on them. I just, I just feel like we can do that now with the oil paints, right, Uber Yeti? Which again, I find endlessly hilarious. So now Pikmin, would it be like one of the 2 hour classes, one of the longer format classes? Yeah, Uber Yeti. That's the amazing, especially because the paint is, it just kind of blends with itself, as opposed to having to do it the hard way, right, Uber Yeti? That is also something that we're trying to work out for next year. There is something in the works. Oh, actually, Armored Wolf, those Velcro straps arrived. I'm gonna try one of the Book of Wapple things, and if that holds everything in place and doesn't fly open, then we got ourselves a winner. And now we have ourselves a hard case for carrying all the stuffs. Okay, so now it is time to start doing some of the darker glazies there. Now, Uber Yeti, I think it was the Zygomores. Yeah, we that was the last one that involved some heavy duty uh, pre-glazing. There was, I think it was the Zygomores. Taking this. Fine, thinner. This is sort of a post gaze, right? Glaze, right? To Uber Yeti. So Pikmin, did you put in your class submission thing there? I guess that is something that is happening right now. And of course, Uber Yeti, I think you saw the video with the trees, right? And what was the other one that we? Oh yeah, some of the terrain videos. Yeah, right, Uber Yeti. Some of the terrain vids we said, all right, we're gonna try out these dip-in inks. We're gonna try out this other acrylic stuff. Those New World paints. Remember those? Boy, I wish I had Rakashar to take out here. I did a 4-part series on the water washable oils. Again, their utility is, well, it is minimal. It's almost got like negative utility to it, unfortunately, because, I mean, well, it depends on how you're thinking about them. For me, it wouldn't really matter, but for folks that only want to use those, they're quite literally painted into a corner or boxed into a corner. Because if you want to use anything else with them, well, the whole water washable thing goes away. And then what was the point of potentially paying more to have less available colors and not be able to do pin line washes and a bunch of other things? You might as well just get yourself the regular stuff. The one interesting thing, though, that we did find in a low humidity environment, it's possible that those almost dry. I don't not want to say like alkids, but they will potentially set up faster. So that's a potential advantage for them there. Well, we are going to try them again in the wintertime for sure, when humidity in the house is more like 18% at some points. And we'll see if that actually makes a difference. Do we? Yep. No, we did that. We did that. Okay. This one here. We'll do that over here. To the cloak. Yes, we're not forgetting all the stuff on the trim there, the gold trim. We'll get to that later. And of course here, this is the fun thing about the post glaze, is that if I want, look at this, that is actually mixing with that dry brush that we just did. That is why we don't do any zenithal stuff with primer, because that's dead. You can't do nothing with that. This, right, look at this, that is actually mixing together right there. As I do this, that is blending wet into wet, like we want. Ah, that's fantastic, Uber Yeti. Oh, that sounds really cool. And again, Pikmin, you had a chance to share your stuff right earlier. I think so. Just want to make sure. Now let's do this here. Then we'll have to mix up, I think, another batch of this here stuff. Yep, we'll have to do that. Might as well do it now, because there's still two more dudes sitting off to the side. So, we got two different Payne's Gray. We got the Alkyd Winsor Newton Payne's Gray, and then we've got the, well, effectively Indigo Williamsburg Payne's Gray. So we're doing a little combo of those two. And now this is not full-on pinline wash here. It's in the neighborhood, but it is not quite a pinline wash. It's sort of there. Again, it's in the neighborhood, but it doesn't have a mortgage. All the way down here. It's doing it that way. Now, so recoil, has the NRL stuff going any better the last couple of weekends? I know the last result, when I asked it, it wasn't exactly a favorable result. Of course, here, just well, two weeks from today, or 2 weeks from yesterday, the most glorious time of year begins. It's like Christmas, Halloween, all the holidays rolled into one. It's the start of college football season is almost upon us. And that means that the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, takes center stage. 10,000 teams, no academic standards, everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open, even not just between games, but it's open during games. So if you have a uniform for the other side, you can change into that uniform between plays and then go back and forth. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Sorry that this is a little bit later, Valfera. I was hoping this would start almost more like 10. but is what it is. Velfair, yeah, it was kind of a, well, let's put it this way, a lot of pins and needles here, watching skies and stuff. Velfair, a huge surprise, I know, right? That is absolutely shocking to you. You're like, that never happens to either one of us. Never happens to you, never happens to me. You know what? Oh, let's no, I'm gonna give me a little bit more of the indigo before I hit these. Is there another one on there? This, here it is. Yep, I knew there had to be a couple on here. This is that Roman texture roller from Green Stuff World. So everybody check out the Insta links there that the Pikmin just shared. No other big stone. Here's one. And that is about it. Then we got this one. You can see it right here. So Velfair, hopefully today was another not too crazy day. Again, that now it's full on with all the wedding preparation stuff, and that means, well, at least I've got two of the three things finally done now. But the third thing is the hardest one. That is sculpting the wedding cake topper. That is going to be a challenge. Well, we're kind of in the armature point. All right, I will. I'm not gonna mess around with that. Let's do this here. Let's get some of the sky blue, Prussian blue, a little bit of this. Back to more of the sky blue, I think. Okay. Let's see what we can do with this. That's just gonna tint our armor a little bit now. So Valfira, unfortunately, yeah, it won't be. I can basically only hope for September. That's about it. And again, programming note: in all likelihood, now it's not 100% set in stone, but in all likelihood, I won't be able to do the usual Friday, Saturday streams. Friday is definitely probably going to be a long gone one because that's going to be a very long night. The Saturday that's the day of the wedding, so it's possible that we get back here late. I mean, if I can get back here by, I don't know, 10 or something like that, well, then we can just go ahead and do our normal Saturday stream. Heck, even if I got here at 10:30, even 11, I could still do a Saturday stream. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, they said let's pick a part of the city where nobody lives, and we'll have everything there because that's a good idea. That's a fantastic plan. I was wondering if there was it? I forgot if it was 1 day or 2 days there, Armored Wolf. So yeah, Velfair, I'll be sending you pictures of that. I mean, right now it is just literally in the armature phase. I was just trying to figure out how the heck tall should they be in relationship to each other because I haven't actually seen them standing side by side, and of course, unfortunately, we have this whole we don't want to see the bride in the dress before the wedding. It's like, well, if you want a wedding topper with the dress and looking like you, maybe you need to be a little more flexible on that. So that's gonna make it. That's another reason why it's extra difficult because it's like, yeah, here. There's like some magazine picture of the dress. It's not on me, so I have no idea what you look like in it. Which I guess that would have meant that the whole, well, and also too, remember we wanted to try to do this STL file wise. So it would do a couple of things. First of all, it would dramatically reduce the weight. Whatever, let's put it this way: whatever they're using for their wedding cake, that better be some strong cake. That cake better be as dense as a neutron star. Otherwise, this topper is it's gonna start listing to port or starboard real fast. I can only say that because that's what happened to the one that I sculpted for us. Because let me see, do I have that one here? Let's see. That is, oh, there it is. Yeah, whoops. So that's the one that I did for us, and needless to say, that was that was so heavy. And the well, there was the whole thing of the top layer was carrot cake, and also too they had put the cakes out in the garage because they weren't big enough or they're too big for the fridge. They froze in the garage, and then they started to thaw out when we brought them to the place where the wedding was going to be. Actually, Kathy's dead. Now we were trying to put frosting on that cake, and we ended up with more frosting on us, actually, and cake, because we didn't realize that if we used some water on the knife or the whatever the thing, the spatula thing, that would actually let the stuff stick to the cake instead of to the spatula. This is a cuisine channel after all, right, Valfera? I never even got outside today to look and see what the tomatoes were doing. Valfera, we had a bunch of those like those wooden shish kebab things. Now I remember the morning of Valfera, I was sitting there with a saw cutting dowel rods. So basically, I was covered in sawdust and cake frosting right before the wedding. I don't think I have that sweatshirt anymore, but for decades I had that sweatshirt, and there was, you could see the chocolate stains on there from when we were trying to put the icing on the cake. What are we doing up here? That's actually relatively dark already. Okay, that's good. I won't complain about that. It was quite the it was Laurel and Hardy making a wedding cake there, Valfera. Yeah, he was too embarrassed to call it Schmid and Son wedding cakes because that was it was a wee bit comical. Of course, now again, comedy is something that happens to somebody else. Tragedy when it happens to you, right, Valfera? At least I think that's how that goes. Could be wrong. Just trying to get this baby. I think somehow some of the evil acrylic stuff that I was using on those wedding projects got somehow onto that brush because that was not oil paint. Okay, we are proceeding along here with our darks. Then we'll try to establish some of the areas that we know we're supposed to have our gold. All right, look at that. We just plop that baby right there. We will take this brush and then we do a blend, blend, blend. Boom, done. So how long did it take to establish that? I believe a few seconds. Again, I'm not really great at math, but I think that was less time and effort. I'm just throwing it out there. Looky here, we're doing that. And now we're doing this. And we're doing it again. Now, like I was saying, let's see. These are 3D printed from Papel 3D, by the way, Papel, on my mini factory, and these things they are closer to the actual movie costumes than the GW figures, and I think by a significant margin. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of details like on the shoulder armor that's not even on the metal old GW figs that are on these. So Pikmin, you can use the well actually here check this out. We were just this is part of our again our Flat Thursday challenge. So originally these were I don't know if I'll be able to get it under the screen here. There's a lot of stuff, but that was just a Steino Res and ghost tints. I was doing stuff in the Badger airbrush booth at Gen Con, and then we taken them, chopped them into 4 pieces, 5x7s, and then added the oils to them. So you can paint the oils over the acrylics. You can paint the acrylics over the oils as long as the oils are dry. That's the one little caveat there. Actually, Valfera is a much let's see the relish is a much safer condiment, Valfera, than this one. Yes, this is again the most lethal condiment known to humankind. So stick with the relish, right, Valfera? That's I, I know that wasn't exactly the context you wanted that word to be in, but I just for whatever it's one of them kind of nights, Valfera. Nice to see you there, Mitri. How you doing? It is still a happy Saturday here. Yeah, we got 32 minutes of a happy Saturday here. At least I think so. Yeah. Did I? Oh, that's what I forgot. That's what we forgot. Oh, where the heck are you? Where are you hiding? Is this? Oh, this is it. Yeah, the fabulous violet blue here, Camda. We forgot to put this out there. That was super important there. Uh, that, that's like the sneaky dangerous one, Velfair. Yeah, that's like a stealth hazard there. Oops, more thinner. More thinner. And remember, these get really light here. Very, very light. Now, here we're going to put this stuff up here. This worked out really well on the other guys. But now we kind of know exactly. Okay, we just put this here. We just put this here. We know where we need the stuff. Pikmin, it's certainly worth the try. Actually, Pikmin, maybe try that on, like some bones, something inconsequential there, Pikmin. Give it a try and kind of see how you like it. Instead, yeah, you don't want to try it out right for the first time on something that is maybe a competition thing or whatever, or a 60-hour resin bust or something like that. We all have plenty of stuff just kind of hanging around, right, Pikmin? That's just like whatever. So Valfira, there was Denethor and 3 Fountain Court plus the tree, so 5 last night. Now tonight it depends on things. Let me see. We got 2, 4, 6, 7, and then there's an 8th one that's off to the side. That's just a primer because we wanted to have a little stages, right, Valfira, to show folks, especially later on in the stream. So yeah, Pikmin, might as well just grab some of those, play around with them, see if you like how that works, and if it does, boom, then you're all set and ready to go. Now again, this is that it's one of the Paul Rubens Alkyd colors there. So Valfira, that's I got to actually reprint another tree because again the tree from the tutorial vid that was when the tree supports. This White Tree of Gondor is part of that Papal 3D. It's part of the diorama. So again, they're on My Mini Factory. You can go check them out. Oh, geez, that's right. He's got the 50% off sale going right now. That's right. I gotta, Wellville Fair. I gotta remember to hit that. I don't know how long it's gonna be going on, but yeah, I gotta get the. That's the. Oh gosh, it's the diorama of the Trebuchet crew. Yes, I gotta get that. That's the. So Meat Treat. What's nice is you already got two, and there aren't many more. There's not many more. So you got your Van Dyke Brown, you got Prussian Blue, you said, right? Yeah, yeah. So Indigo is another one. Pearline Black, which is that dark green from Winsor Newton. Mars Black, whether it's Gamlin, Williamsburg, whatever, they all pretty much kind of do a very similar thing. Either Egyptian Violet from Williamsburg or Dioxazine Violet from, well, everybody else. Phthalo Green, that's pretty much your one staining green that really is a green. Indian Yellow is another one. And once you start getting past that, now again, Pearline Crimson is also a staining color, but it's also Series 6 Williamsburg, so you don't need that. You definitely don't need that one, at least not right away. So that's you can see Meat Trade. It's a pretty short list, right? I mean, really, legitimately 8 or 9 truly staining colors with a few that are ifs, like a Terra Rosa is a kinda. Even as Voltum can be a kinda, but you got to leave them on there for a long time. We call those kind of like semi-staining colors. So there's not, again, there's not a ton of those staining colors, but like here, right, we're not, this is another reason why we do the lighter dry brush stuff first and then do the glaze over the top, because A, we're mixing with it, and this also, if we're using this method, guess what? We don't need to worry about, oh, is it a staining color or not? It doesn't matter. So like quinacridone magenta, that is not a staining color in any way, shape, or form. But when we use it in this context, it does not matter whatsoever. So that's kind of a helpful thing. And of course, we always recommend that you try a couple of things. Do the color charts because it shows you several things. It doesn't just show you what the color looks like. It shows you how it handles. Like this is a little bit on the shiny side. It's also very powerful, whereas maybe some of these other ones here. Let's see if we can find ourselves another little chart here. So yeah, so you could see that cobalt green was nowhere near as strong as, say, maybe this the phthalo turquoise. And also you can see some are green. Like the cadmium green was kind of on the grainy side, whereas Severus blue is kind of on the shiny side. And then of course we always suggest, whether it's acrylics or whatevs, right here, value study. This was a Van Dyke Brown, brilliant yellow pale. You could use indigo and something else. The indigo and something else would almost kind of create something like this, a moonlight effect. Right here, this is our latest video series. We just finished this baby off right here. AD, let's see, did you do two of the, that was, I know he did the one massive color chart. I wasn't sure if he did any other ones after the massive one that you did. That was like a couple hundred slots, wasn't it, AD? I don't know if you got that on the Instas or anything, if you wanted to share that. So again, you can do that little value study exercise there. One light color, one dark color. And of course, you could even do it on something, and it wouldn't be as like, oh, we're just doing it as a throwaway thing. You could say, well, yeah, that's like the theme of the piece. So maybe you could even pick something that you want something almost looks noir or moonlight or whatever. Yeah, AD, that was a ton of work. I know that was several streams you were painting on that, wasn't it? At least I think so. So here we're just doing that super simple Van Dyke Brown. Again, this is just this says we say it ain't rocket surgery. At some point, Recoil, we got to make that graphic there of rocket surgery, because that would be pretty hilarious. Fine, I'm just gonna grab my little more thinner here again. So all of this is wet. Everything on here is wet into wet. However, strategery-wise, we kind of say, all right, well, let's wait till this has a chance to set. That's why we're working on multiple figures, and that is a crucial thing with the oils. Less is more. More is way too much, and don't be a hasty hobbit. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Give the oils time to set, which means maybe you're working on multiple figures. If you don't have multiple figures to paint on, maybe just be prepping other figs. Sometimes it's as little as 10, 15 minutes. You give that paint just a little time to set before you go hammering away at it again. You'd be amazed at the difference that will make. Recoil. When did we first start saying that? It wasn't all that long ago, right? Recoil. It was not all that long ago. Boy, Recoil. I just think of how different everything is in that realm from when we first started making those. So again, like here, right? We were able to do blending. All of this is still wet. When we start putting our next lighter things down there, it will still be wet. We'll still be able to do wet blending, but with sort of a dry brush method. Now you can kind of see here, right? There was our bit of dry brush stuff. And you can kind of see how we're starting to head in this direction here. Recoil, boy, I was so disappointed, right, that it did such a terrible job on that comedy sketch. I was looking forward to it, and I was like, oh man, it's not the best, exactly the best version of the comedy sketch that I was hoping for there. So meat treat, that's all going to depend on what you're doing. Also, too, there is the thick over thin, right? So if you have some paint like right here, now that has had a chance to set, we can do some thicker stuff there, or we can still do even some thinner stuff. But if it is more like, well, do we have one that's a little bit, well, wow, you can see how quickly this stuff's set because it's not shiny anymore. But over this stuff, we can actually go ahead and use more of a little bit more thinner on that. But if you got something that has thinner on it, well, like say our spear shafts or something like that, well, maybe there you're not going to be putting in a whole bunch of thinner because you just did something with thinner. Actually, Pikmin, yeah, you don't want to be adding extra stuff like that. Just use the thinner. No extra linseed oil or safflower oil because you will be waiting. Well, your grandkids might have a dry miniature to take to the convention for you 20 years after you're dead. So Speedball is the main brand. Mona Lisa is the sub-brand. And again, what do we have here? We have a tiny, tiny little water bottle cap. That's all the thinner that you're using. No cheap dime store stuff. No giant vat of it. Because this is what you're going to use to clean the brushes. Oh, look at this. It works for acrylic too. It is not hazard. It is no vapors. The only way you're going to have vapors is if you have your chocolate-covered raisins and mini wheats. Now, should the autocorrect monster inflict some pain on you, as it just did on Valfera, you can take vengeance on the autocorrect monster, right? The dark creatures, they like to hang out in the shadows. Well, if you expose them to the light of day, or, well, your camera light, then they lose their power, don't they? So yeah, less is more and more is way too much, especially when it comes to linseed oil and safflower oil. Those are public enemy number one in Wapoville. I mean, they're necessary. There's no oil paints otherwise. But oh my goodness, There's some brands that just pile that stuff in there. Richardson is one of them, and we use Richardson paints here. But man, oh man, Richardson is notorious for shoving in extra. Well, the Tylungs. Remember we were talking about those last night. That is why they're all slimy, and that's why they take 17,000 years to dry, because they're chock full of extra safflower oil and linseed oil because they want them to feel. They want them to be soft like miniature paint, which is great if it's miniature paint. No, Meat Treat, it's always fantastic to have the questions because, well, what if somebody else wants the same answers, right? Meat Treat. So it always is very helpful with the questions because then that way we can kind of, again, if other folks had maybe the same question in mind, now they're all good to go. So yeah, no problem with asking questions there, Meat Treat. Yeah, right, Velfair, that was such a shock. That was so shocking. Somebody sent me those, and I was all looking forward to them, and whoa, this something ain't right here. What is going on with these things? They slid right off the miniature, like a greased pig, and then 3 weeks later, it was all my other stuff that I painted with stuff that wasn't AK Interactive was long since dry. Those things were like I was just painting them. That was brutal. So Pikmin, there's just if you already have oil paints, you've already got what you need. You don't need those kind of things. You already got yourself some oil paints. You're ready to rock and to roll. Yeah, you don't need to spend any extra dineros on those things. I mean, even here on the palette, I might have 11 colors, maybe. I mean, you'd be better off with a bunch of Williamsburgs, right, Valfira? I mean, I would guess that, like, price-wise, if you compare the price of the two, Williamsburg would either be the same price level or even a little cheaper. So again, we're just chucking in a little bit of our gold in the shadow areas. Then we're going to start doing some of our lighter stuff, and that will also make a difference. But of course, here again, we know now, okay, we can just hit this area. We'll just hit this area over here. Let me see. Let's see what rocket surgery. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's see what rocket surgery. Here we go. there's our graph. It's not rocket surgery. That's I like how it's about to blast off their recoil. So yeah, the Tylungs, that's what they're called, right? Yeah, Tylungs. Those are as a certain creature from Middle-earth would say, nasty, very nasty. Especially with how much they cost too, right, Valfira? So that is a little bit of rocket surgery, courtesy of recoil. Oh yeah, Meat Treat, go ahead so that people can take a little look-see at them there if you don't mind. And of course, Meat Treat, you can always shoot me, shoot me some pictures of those on the Instas, Facebook, whatever. Then just say, hey, is this kind of what I should be seeing as far as results go? So yeah, you can always do something like that too. So everybody check out that link there that Meat just posted. And again, give Meat Treat some feedbacks. keep going. Yeah, a little bit more this here. Actually, geez, so AD, as far as, okay, yeah, streaming, but topic-wise, were some of the miniatures that you were maybe trying to put together, were those some of the figs you were thinking about, for these, for your next streams there? Yeah, I wasn't sure if you already kind of have something that you're really looking to do, or if it's just like, whatever. So I don't want anything too complicated on the first painting stream back. Like, oh, remember was it were those Tyranids there that you were messing around with, AD? I think so. I think I did. Was it 4 or 5 of them, different color schemes, right? Something like that. Let me get some more of this here. All right, we got that now. Oh, geez, that's right. I've been forgetting their little helmet crests. We'll we'll backtrack and get the other guys. There's probably 2 or 3 of them. We'll do that. Like so. The other part of the cloak there. So doing those 3 guys in the stream last hour was very, very helpful on so many levels. Because there's already stuff that I'm conserving a whole bunch of time here. And this is like our army painting series. Whole paint, a whole bunch of nids there. Oh, and that one, yeah, AD. Now is that Queen? Is that fixing to be another one of those 300-hour extravaganzas, or is it just kind of a work on it whenever's? And of course, now AD, I think you posted pictures of your creature caster piece there that got the Resin Beast award. I'm pretty sure that's on your instas there. Oh, that's fabulous, AD. Now, AD, you know what I haven't had a chance to look at? Are all the sub manufacturers, are they still the same ones, like Loot Studios and Beastarium and stuff, or are there, is it going to change again, like last year to this year, where it's like a whole bunch of different sponsors or whatever? Oh, that's right. We've got to darken that down too eventually. No problems. We'll get to it. This also too. This time I put my Diox Violet out there because I knew I was going to need it. Didn't have that out there last night. So yeah, AD. I'll have to. I think I sent you pictures of that robot bust there. There, that android type bust, and then some of the reference pics that I created. Oh, and by the way, the autocorrect monster that was originally a Recoil creation. Recoil was kind enough to make that graphic, like you saw the rocket surgery graphic, and then we were able to animate that in Skynet, as we call it. So many thanks to Recoil for doing that to to help us have some extra bit of fun at the expense of the autocorrect monster. I'm gonna grab me this, also this, so that we can do this. Remember, we're kind of doing some a little bit of marble here, which means we got these things going in different directions, like marble does. Oh yeah, Remember last night, Canada? This was your favorite part of the stream last night. Yes. Now, so if you should find yourself like this with a broken tile floor or something like this, does this mean you have a marble crisis protocol? Because look at all this broken marble here. I know that was your favorite part of the stream, Camda, last night. Let me get... This is a blending brush, yeah. Oh, we skipped one here. Yeah, recoil. I forget when we dropped that one last night. But we dropped that one on Camda late in the stream, I think, last night. Come on, make it late. There we go. Oh, and also, too, this is nowhere near the latest light on that stuff. This, by the way, is the Roman-themed texture roller from Green Stuff World. We kind of hid all the Roman bits either under the cloaks or we just broke those pieces off. Since they have these big old cloaks, it's real easy for them to hide this floor here. So according to Taylor, they're not going to be losing any sponsors. So Loot Studio is still in the mix. So yeah, AD, I think you saw that, right? Again, it was that kind of Android type bust and want to do the, you can basically seal the circuit boards underneath the translucent skin. Now Armored Wolf, I was almost thinking with that maybe instead of trying to just paint the shine to it, maybe I actually take maybe not necessarily clear resin, but some kind of super high gloss or something like that. Actually tint it with some paint and then paint that on. So I'll have to so yeah, AD, I'll have to send you those reference pictures there. I thought I sent those to you. But it was something that I did in the GPT. It was really, really, really fun doing that. Let me see if we can. Yeah, so it's this bust right here, the one from CA Sculpts. So yeah, glowing green eyes. There'll be some glowing green stuff here, and then all these, well, glowing here, but everywhere else it's going to be almost like there's circuit boards and such underneath the plastic skin, which is going to be see-through. I have the resin bust printed out, a small one. I have a bust that's FDM that is slightly larger. And I figured, well, okay, I can do multiple tests on it and see if I like that idea of tinting some kind of gloss, whatever, and then painting that over the circuitry and stuff like that to make it look, again, as if it's subdermal. Nice to see you there, Renlor. Well, actually, it's still a happy Friday for you. Well, actually, technically, it's still a happy Friday or Saturday here. Yeah, so it's still Saturday for both of us. For you, a little bit longer, though. So great to see you there, Renlor. Thank you so much, Sebastian. How the heck are you doing? Thanks for the raid. I know it's been a little while. Like always, Sebastian, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go right ahead. Actually, AD, the plinth that is on is an Ericsson plinth. That's one of those where I went into the slicer and combined them. Yeah, that's why I was able to print that out in FDM, is because the plinth itself is actually literally part of the bust. So we are painting, basically, we got like 9 of these here that we are working on. This is what they're going to be looking like right here. We did these guys last night, plus a couple of other ones, plus a few other ones too. And we're using our regular oil paints, but Sebastian, here's a little fun thing that we're doing now on our Thursday streams. We're taking basically an 11 by 14 painting. We're chopping up into 4 pieces. These were just airbrush things that I did at Gen Con in the Badger airbrush booth, just doing demos. So you can see they're just like sprayed like this. Then we go in with the oil paints, and then we create little planetoids and nebulas and all kinds of fun stuff. Again, just taking one spacescape and then turn it into 4 separate ones. We've got actually another set of them here. Whereas we're doing these on our Thursday streams. Here's another set right here. Oh, let's have them this way. Yeah, that's pretty much how they're going. So there's our 4 from last Thursday. Again, using the oil paints over Badger Stynylrez primer and ghost tints. And then again, Sebastian, you want to share anything in the chat? Like always, that would be fabulous. So, oh, here we go. Look at this. Ah, there's the guy. There's this. This is what we like about our Saturday challenges. So, the dark blue primer, Stynylrez mixed with Prussian blue ink. Then we did our little lighter dry brushy kind of thing. Then we started to add our darker glazes, right? And that's what we'll be working towards. So there you go, kind of your start. And now you're working towards kind of your Feeney point there. So that's again, that's what I really like about our Saturday challenges, because well, we can have some fun like that. Now, actually, well, let's do a film noir. Where the heck did Denethor go? Oh, here he is. We also, here's another one that we did last night. So let's try this. It's always kind of wild, right, Velfair, to see a film noir when we just kind of have a little bit. Boy, you can even really hardly even see the extra value there. Except maybe on the back. That's it. That's the only other place there, Valfera. Look at that. So now again, here is our everybody's favorite pyromaniac in Middle Earth there. Let's bring back that color. Boom. Look at that. There you go. Everybody check out that Discord link that Sebastian just shared. Everybody please give Sebastian Illustration a follow. So Renler, again, hopefully you're having yourself a, well, let's see. We have probably a few seconds till Sunday here. But you got 3 hours yet for your Sunday. Renlor, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, I don't know if there's something you wanted to share, but if you want to share something in the chat, of course, please feel like you can do that. Velfair, there was a couple of, I wish that, Bithron, that's right. I wish Bithron was in the stream, because let's put it this way, there was some very epic, silly Marillion moments between Denethor and Gandalf. Yeah, this particular Denethor is way less grumpy than the other ones. I think so. I think so, Recoil. Actually, Recoil, geez, I really need to, well, I know I have like multiple painted versions of Boromir. I mean, we have. I mean, there's Boromir right there. And I got a couple from Printing Goes Ever On. But I need to, that's another one that I'm going to need Recoil for the videos. For the Army Showcase vids, yeah, I need basically an Osgiliath Boromir with the banner. And then I need Boromir on horseback with the banner. And just trying to get a little bit lighter stuff happening here on the top of his cloak. On all of the cloaks, actually. Like so. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour 14 minutes ago, all these guys had no paint on them. I ain't saying, I'm just saying. Hopefully, we can get all the space cleared out there, Renlor, and get the production back up and running again very soon. Banner guy over here. So this is just our violet blue mixed with some of our. I think it's some of the Payne's gray, or is it no? Well, it's Payne's gray, but the Williamsburg Payne's gray is essentially almost like indigo. Let's throw in some stuff there. Now here you can see there's a little bit thinner in this because you can see it's got the shininess to it. However, that also means that there's way less paint here, which means that's going to set up faster. I mean, also dry faster, but the key thing is set up faster. You can see how we got the shiny stuff there, right? Whereas here, not so much because that paint has set. Is it dry? Oh, heck no. But is it set? Yes. Well, Renlor, 3D printing is always, as they say, an adventure unto itself. It's, well, depending on circumstances, it could be yet another, it could be a part-time job. Because that's how 3D printing goes. It could get spicy. Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. So now here again, we're going to not fool around with this, but you can see that's already less shiny just because we gave it a few minutes. Right, that's all it takes, some time, just a few minutes, so that it is not super, super shiny. How's about we grab maybe something like this here? Let's see if we can start to do some lighter stuff. Well, it will be both in equal measures there, Renlor. I would be absolutely lying if there were times that if I had a hammer in my hand and I was close enough to the printers, those printers would be modular. As in they would be so modular you wouldn't recognize what the debris used to be. And that's pretty much every day. Yeah. Not a day goes by that I don't kind of look over at that toolbox and say there's a hammer in that toolbox. And there's there's 3 printers sitting over there. Perhaps they need to be taught a lesson. Again, Renlor, it doesn't hurt to do build plates of both. Because remember, just because, well, maybe the miniature doesn't print out, doesn't mean that the basing bits won't. And that's why building multiple things on a build plate is always the best way to go. Because again, if the 1 or 2 or 3 of the things misprints, then everything else might still actually print just fine. And there's plenty of small little miniatures that you can do just to kind of get the ball rolling. You don't have to do super gigantic figures that are super complex. You can just stick with some single figures, and that would be more than good enough. Again, says Sebastian, I hope that the stream was fabulous. I'm sure that it was. Hopefully you were able to get a lot of work done as well as, here, let's get some, little bit of lighter mid-tone. That is not our lightest light. That's basically a very light mid-tone. So yeah, Renlor, definitely just, stack up as much stuff as you can squeeze on there. Because again, maybe the whole or the whole plate prints out just fine. Everything's great. Maybe only part of it does. but then at least you get something out of it. Yeah, you can see the reflected light starting to emerge there, super quick. And let's not putz around too much. Let's just get a move on here. No fooling around. The enemy of completion is perfection. Fine, we'll do a little bit more there. Sure. Yeah, we did this on the other ones too. Let's bring in a wee bit of light over there on that. Well, I have to do the same thing on this guy. Pretty much the same situation here. Oh, Rico, you'll love this little story. Paintwater Sommelier came in the stream last night, and we were talking about the Papal 3D. Very clever. He has these with shields and without shields. And Paintwater said, yeah, the new version, they don't get shields anymore, and all of his guys were modeled with shields. That is why we have a different way here, right, Recoil? We do things a different way now. We have unshackled ourselves from the burden, and we are now free. Not as free as an Eagle in Middle Earth, because again, they tend to be wrestled in as an Uber ride for somebody. Such is the life of an Eagle. Actually, Creebanes have it way better. Yeah, much better for Creebanes. Actually, I got to print out more of those, and I got to paint a bunch more Creebane stands for our Dunlending army. I only did 4 stands so far. I need at least 8 of those ish. It's all about liberation, right? Right, Recoil. We are not constrained. Over here. Recoil, I still try to do some more hits on the songs, and now I try using Suno because you actually get 10 free attempts on Suno. And even there, it was like, what in the world am I listening to? I was trying to do something for Sauron there, and it just was not working out. Ooh, we need to seriously more lighter mid-tone down here. Holy smokes. Let's do that. There we go. That's a little better. And then a little something on that filigree up there. Let's fill up that filigree. Let's get some reflection stuff there. Also here. Also there. Also here. Nice to see you there, 10K. How the heck are you doing? So happy Sunday there, 10K. Oh, yeah, something more this way. So 10K, I don't know if you saw the... let's see, I don't know if you saw the latest of our BSG ships, too. We did this one on Monday. You talk about Paneline Galactica. All of these panels here, those did not exist. Those are all just free-handed on there. There was nothing going on there whatsoever. So that was our latest Monday there, 10K. Hopefully you're doing very well. Thank you so much, Mundo. Appreciate that. It's like, yeah. So where's the flaming skydiver? Always like, oh, he's over there. I'll go get him. Yeah, he's everybody's favorite flaming skydiver. What do you want? I'm busy, man. I got things to do. It's like, it's a long way down, and you're still convinced on going through this whole hang glider thing with no hang glider. He's like, what could possibly go wrong? Well, you could also be on fire. It's like, well, how's that going to happen? Did you or did you not cover yourself in oil? That's that's. Thank you so much there, Mundo, for the follow. What's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 here? Uh-oh. There it is. There's the big Gandalf 6 for Mundo. Thank you so much, Mundo. Appreciate that. So yeah, 10K. We've also been taking those spacescapes, chopping them in 4 pieces, painting up 4 spacescapes simultaneously because reasons. Just because. Here, ooh, gee whiz, we got nothing going on there. Let's make that a wee bit later, shall we? So yep, it is now a happy Sunday here in Walpoville. So happy Sunday to everybody. It ain't Sunday till we say it's Sunday. Where's this other sky blue here on this deal? Also, for whatever reason, we did not get. Boom, there we are. It's like, that should be darker. Hopefully you've been able to maybe paint some stuff there, 10K. Either that or maybe get to do some games, maybe even some tournaments, whatevers. A little more of a light there. Okay, did we already do? Yep, we already did this guy here. So let's start doing some of our really lights on the feathers and this cloth right here. Hey, bench guy, how you doing? Great to see you, bench guy. Boy, oh boy, it's been a while. Man, bench guy, there's so many different things we've been working on. Holy smokies. So great to see you there, bench guy. I hope everything is going fantastic. Well, that's fantastic, 10K. Now, 10K, where you're going to be doing taking some classes at Adepticon, doing some tourneys, that sort of thing. And what if so? I guess, well, would it be your regular championships? Would it be the friendlies or the team tournament? So bench guy again, great to see you. Thanks for being here. And again, Mundo, hopefully all is well in Singapore. Let's get some of this out here. Actually, that Mundo is Song of Ice and Fire still doing well out there. Because the person that I used to talk to in Singapore, I don't really have too much contact with them anymore these days. So I wasn't sure if Song of Ice and Fire is still kind of going well there in Singapore or not. So this is our Radiant Violet. This is not our lightest light here, but it also is creating actually a little bit of a temperature difference. It's a little bit more of a reddish color, whereas everything else is either shifted more towards blues, whatever, even the sky blues, the slash turquoise. I have to go back to the other one. I just realized there's these pesky feathers. Now this will be interesting. Trying to do this so you can see it too. I hope you. Yeah, you can. I mean, it's one thing for me to see it, but it is sort of important that you guys be able to see that too. Come on, there we are. Start getting some of this on the back here. So we'll slip back to this guy because we forgot to do the feathers on him. Well, thank you so much, Bench Guy. Sorry that it's been kind of busy there. Appreciate that very much, Bench Guy. Thank you so much. Yeah, Bench Guy. Again, the BSG stuff that we've been having all kinds of fun with here. We've already done 3 of these. Obviously, we started with BSG yourself there. We've got another one fixing ready to go. And again, these really fun, well, multiscapes. Oh, that's it. Yeah, we call them multiscapes because we're painting 4 spacescapes in one stream. Taking those 11 by 14 paintings that I was doing in the Badger booth at Gen Con, we slice them up. 4 equal 5 by 7 paintings, and then we add all kinds of extra stuff to them. With the oils, of course, like usual. And poof, there you go. Oh, thanks, Bench Guy. Yeah, the first batch was that was super fun. Doing these guys here. Where's another one? Yeah, there we go. There's another one of our spacescapes. So yeah, all of those done on one stream. And let's see. Oh yeah, last week we painted on our Saturday stream 10 of the old, and I mean old metal merchant guard on the stream. Oh, thanks Benchka. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, I wonder, Benchka. Geez, I don't even know if you've seen the FDM printed busts that we've been doing. Those have been super fun. Really enjoying those. All right, some more of that here. Yeah. Now, so Rico, I'll send you pictures too of that thing that I'm sculpting, the wedding topper there. That is, it's gonna look real super crazy because we're going old school with it. Recoil, we're using Scopy. It's bizarre. It feels like, let's see, it feels like 24 years ago sculpting the wedding cake topper for our wedding cake. Hey there, Paintwater. Welcome back. I was telling Recoil the story about your fountain guard there. How all of your guys had shields on them. Actually, well, this weekend, I think today there's that tournament at your store, right? Paintwater. Is it every month, right? You have one of those. Now, you were saying that they're a little bit informal. They're not designed to be super cutthroat and competitive and everything else, which is fantastic. But great to see you again there, Paintwater. Appreciate you being here. 3 rounds of one. Well, see that, Paintwater. I like that. I know people say, "Oh, you only play the small games because you can only use this, that, or the other." I think the larger games actually are just so much more fun. There, Paintwater. I'm hoping that you had fun over your 3 rounds there. Actually, let's put it this way, Paintwater. Now, back when I used to actually get to play myself, if it was 1,000-point game, we were not taking 1,000 points of goblins, right? We'd say, well, we're going to have 4 cave drakes. So the games didn't take longer. They actually took less time with more points. Because you just didn't have as much stuff. You just took the things that were more points. Now, of course, that's us. There are those that would say, wait a minute, I could have 1,000. What the heck are those guys called? Dom Barragond is the Wozers. Yeah, that's it. Paintwater, the Wozers. Yeah, you could have for 1,000 points, you could have 1,000 Wozers. Pikmin actually, I grabbed some more of the Arena Rex stuff at the Adepticon meeting about, well, a month ago. Yeah, about a month, right around a month ago. But it feels like that was like 10 years ago. So yeah, there's always something like that, right? Paint water. Actually, paint water. We did. Well, you saw all the tree men, right? That I was painting back in the day. And we did that 1,000 points. Now, of course, the 1,000 points I was facing was whatchamacallit, the necromancer and all of the 9 ring wraiths. So Camd was it? No, it wasn't Locky that did it. It was Conquest Creations. They did something like 100 hobbits versus Sauron, and I think eventually the 100 hobbits did kill him. I don't quite remember how everything ended, but I believe the at some point the hobbits did get that final wound on Sauron, and he failed whatever his don't roll a one is. I mean, if it were me, I would have failed it on the first roll with a dice that has nothing but sixes printed on it, which is also weighted. I'd still figure out a way to roll a one there. You don't believe me? Just ask Armored Wolf. You want confirmation? He can give you the confirmation on that. Let me get a little reflected light there. Also in there. Okay. Now, did we do... I thought so. Oh, yeah. Yeah, paint water, it's just, people would buy me those bricks of I think it was the 30 dice or 36 dice, I think it is, the kind of the smaller ones. And I'd roll them and there would be 37 ones. They're like, there's only 36 dice here. How did you roll 37 ones? Yeah, that was that's what I did. Thanks, Camda. This is going to be super fun. And again, we've got the white tree already painted. We'll be doing a resin pour in this stuff here in our fountain for our fountain court guard. Actually, paint water, that sounds like an animation that I have to create. Yeah, me rolling a d6. And all you ever see is a 1. No matter how many times it's picked up and re-rolled, even again on one that does not have a 1 on the face of it. Now you can see we're starting to, see, that's starting to get a whole lot closer, is it not? Actually, I'm going to do that. I'm going to start rolling with some of our later stuff here. Let's do that. Alrighty. Start breaking this stuff down. Again, well, that might take a little while. I forgot to put the thinner up on our faster matter weight up there to start breaking that down. Okay, now we're good to roll. And then we're going to go in a whole bunch of different places. It's going to go on some of our spears here. Oh, that sounds really hilarious there, paint water. That sounds hilarious. Actually, Paintwater, did you see, was a new Catan or whatever? I guess is, I don't know when that's coming out. But it's funny, remember, was it 2002 when that first one came out? And I remember that was all the rage on coolminiornot.com was seeing painted, well, I guess deceivers slash Catans. They hit a bit of our light up there. And then some on the spear right over there. Boom. Now we'll start getting some of our lighter stuff on the helmet and the shoulders. Ooh, we never did our lighter stuff here. Let me get that brush going again, and boom, there we are. 1 second there. Paint water. So yeah, I guess I don't know when that's coming out. I am hoping once this wedding stuff is over with, then I can get stuff like the Cathay assembled, and we're going to be doing multiple tutorial videos on them. We're also going to be doing streams with them. There's some Conquest stuff, there's Warcrow stuff, there's Infinity stuff, but right now all that, I just got to kind of wait on that for a bit. No problem there, Bench Guy. Again, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the bitses and also the sub. So thank you so much, Bench Guy. And you take care. And I hope that the movie is fun, or that you can maybe catch a few Z's there. So paint water. It was. Let's put it this way. I would. I'm just sticking with the. Oh gosh, I think it's Lost Kingdom, paint water. Oh, and Titan Forge, because they're more the classic big hats. They're kind of like the classic big hats, but done very well. Paint water, if you know what I mean there. The new ones are kind of just I mean, I suppose they're Chaos Dwarves. I wasn't sure if those were something that appealed to you. Yeah, those are the ones, paint water. Those are the ones. That's kind of, you compare them to that, and of course the fact that you can, print out as many as you need or in whatever size you need, because it would be kind of wild, right? Paint water to see a big hat in like 72 mil scale. Actually, paint water, I don't know if that's ever really happened. That sounds like that's got to be a plan there, paint water. Is large scale big hats, which kind of sounds weird when you say it that way. But I think Titan Forge has them too. I think Titan Forge has them too, but I really do. And I got like I mean, they did like two different kinds of bull centaurs, didn't they? Paint water. They did kind of like the regular bull centaurs, and then essentially like kind of an elite unit of bull centaurs. That was some of my favorite stuff in the Chaos. Actually, my first Blood Bowl team actually was Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, it was my very first Blood Bowl team. Let me see. Let me get rid of this. Also switch into that. There we go. More of this up here. Oh, here we go. And that's doing a little bit of wet blending right there. Oh, geez, we gotta get something a little lighter in there. So take the blending brush and shoot that across there. More of that up here. Going with some of this much lighter stuff here. Then we'll get on to the gold. Yeah, let's do that next. After we do this, now we need some. We got to get some reflected light, and that would be more of the grayish type color there, right? For our basically our sky earth metals there. Something lighter here. And here we just decided to go gold chainmail there. It does stand out. Makes a nice little dividing line down to the stuff on the base. Oh, we gotta get our later stuff down there too. That's okay. That's another thing that we can do. Again, we've got ourselves a bunch of these to work on all at once. I'm hoping to just at least do 8 of these, because then that would be enough to fill out our diorama. We never did get our later violet in there. Let me see, 1 hour 47 minutes ago, there was no paint on any of these guys. They were just primer. We did a little lighter dry brush thing, then we did the glaze stuff. Wow, okay, yeah, I thought we worked in a little bit of our sky blue over there. More reflected light there, and you can see that's all just blending. That is all blending wet into wet there. That's the way we like it. This has basically almost no thinner in it. I mean, there's a little bit in there just to kind of get the paint flowing. But this is definitely not any kind of pinline wash thing or even a slight bit of glaze. It's just pretty much paint. Now let's do our little bit of marble type stuff down here. Like that. We'll go back to our first two guys. Kind of forgot about this phase here. More of that up here. Alright, so let's go back to those two. Oh, wait a minute. The back of his head crest here, these feathers. Like this. A little something on the back of that helmet. Also here. Okay, so we did these. Now let's go back to these two guys again before we forget and get their bases too. Like so. Nope, it's still going in that direction. This one's got to go in a different direction again so that they look more like separate marble inlay tiles or whatever. the one on this side here. I think there's one more of these. Yeah, where we forgot to do this part. So here we go. And you can see what we're trying to do there again. This is one of our guys from last night. We might even try to work into some of our, maybe that lighter Van Dyke brown too, on things like the spear shafts and some of the straps, the leather straps on them. There's not a bunch of those. There's some. Oh, here, the more of this right here again. Gonna get some of our gold over on that side. All right, this guy. Let's hit him. Now for the headdress here, little wings on there, little feathers, and then some of the other lights, like on some of these golds. I'll be grabbing my liner brush after this. This is not our 18-0 liner brush. It's a little bit more flexible, unfortunately, so it can't quite do the stuff that one can do. But as a craft brush, it does take some of the strain off of our more expensive brush, and that's always a plus. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we use the craft brushes, because they essentially kind of take some of the abuse instead of our really frontline type brushes. And again, basically around not even 2 hours ago, all of these guys were just dark, basically a dark blue primer. The Stynylrez black primer mixed with Prussian blue ink. You can mix all kinds of primer colors. I even mixed a fluorescent primer color for one of our tutorial videos. I just took one of those, I think it was the pale mustard Stynylrez, a fluorescent ink, and I had fluorescent primer. Now, was it as intense as regular fluorescent paint? No, but it didn't need to be. But it did make it easier to get the actual fluorescent paint on there because, well, it was pretty darn strong to begin with. So there was less work that had to be done with the actual paint because of what we set up with the primer. More of our lighter right here along these. Like so. Yeah, we'll come back with our darks too. Reset some edges. Something a little later, yeah, and maybe the end of that halberd there. More of a light there, okay. Let's go to Banner Boy here. Did I do I think I did the stuff on the base. Do some more of that here. I go in the opposite direction, again, trying to establish. This is almost some kind of a, like again, like a marble or something here. do our white tree flag up here. I'm not gonna really mess around with this trim on the outside just yet. And this is almost like a dry brush right here. We're just kind of using the side of that brush because I would like this to have some kind of shading on it instead of just all being white. So there, that's mixing with what's there. Then we'll do the other side here. Same kind of approach. Almost again like a dry brush. However, that's all blending together. See, that kind of goes where we don't want it. We just get rid of it. We'll just wipe that away like it was never there in the first place. More of our lighter light there, blending brush here. Thank you so much, Armored War, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Do the $15 army painter thing. Hopefully you got some time to watch vids because there's, well, close to 2,500 hours now worth of tutorial vids if you do that $15 level. Let me see if we can get something lighter here. On the shoulder. Tricky place to reach there. All the way down there. We did the floor right. We did the floor. There's this one more. Got to do that process with. Well, we'll start with the floor tiles so I don't forget those. Lighten up the edge of that spear. Hit this too. Oh, that needs some light. There we go. Also, over there. I'll have to double check to make sure we did the stuff on his tunic here, though. That latest light on his tunic, the last guy there with the banner. We'll double check that real quick here. No, I think we have to do his latest light yet now as I hit this guy. So yeah, next thing is going to be some of the golds there. We also have to do something here. We don't even have any of the gold there. Get a bit of a horizon line over here. Like you do. Taking our extra bit of light there. Let's do that here. Oh, we never did any of the later stuff out there. That was too much. I'll just wipe some of that away. Okay, that's I think more like what we wanted there. Okay, well that was also a little bit more of the weight on that than I wanted. But speaking of that, we didn't get that on here. I think for our gold, it'll probably be say Indian yellow mixed with our white. That's pretty much what we were using last night. We did have a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep work its way in there also for some parts of our gold. Alright, that way. Now, we never did the head crest, so it's a good thing we went back to this guy. Because now we gotta do this stuff here. We need to steal a little bit of our light down in there. Blending brush here too. Also there. Some here. Not too much. Gotta remember there our golds are gonna take care of a good portion of that. Right there along the edge of the cloak. We might lighten this up, I guess, a little bit more too. Not everywhere, but just some parts here of the fabulous tree banner. Make that a little lighter, okay. Now let's start to play around with some of those. Wait a minute. I see this. A little bit of a reflected light there too. Okay, there we go. Now, Indian yellow. We'll just bring it right over into this. And let's get a move on here with some lighter gold stuff here and there. I might, I'm gonna grab my 18-0 liner. Where you hiding? There we go. This is our fabulous Princeton 18-0 short liner. The short liner does not refer to the bristles, it refers to the handle. There is a not short liner brush. You can get those on, obviously a Dick Blick, but if you get that, you're gonna be working with a telephone pole because I actually had to saw one of those in half, and even the half was still pretty long. Yeah, you get one of those not short liner brushes, you have enough firewood to survive for a month in the wintertime. Yeah, there's too much paint on that brush. Let's get some of that off. There we go. Now that is more like what we wanted. Getting there. Under here now. This should be lighter. Lighter gold there. Now where we got, this is where the Mars Yellow Deep is going to be kind of handy because of the opacity, right? Because Indian Yellow is one of the most translucent colors there is. It's fantastic for a bunch of things. But if you're gonna want something that's yellow that's gonna cover things, well, it's something like, again, a Mars Yellow Deep, or your something like Indian Yellow mixed maybe with Brilliant Yellow Pale, or even just your white or something like that, or even Windsor Yellow. That is, it's far more opaque than any acrylic yellow. That's for sure. Alright, so now you can, let's grab this one. You can see the difference that makes, and again, it starts to draw closer, getting closer to our guys from last night. whole deal here needs to be shifted off of that dark bluish gray. And that will happen here with our Mars yellow deep. And even this is almost semi-dry brushed on there. Now that other brush really couldn't do that. These little teensy liner brushes really can do so much. Do we have it here? Yeah, we got that there. More of our gold up there. Did we get the other? Well, I already did the other side. Okay. More of our lighter gold down there. Or that might be too light. Let's not go too fast. We're still not doing layers though. You can see we're kind of doing a bit of a dry brush type thing here, even though it's the paint in the brush is very much wet, and the paint that's on here also very much wet. Can lighten you up a little bit there. A little bit of light here. Did we? Yep, we gotta lighten up that little thing on his helmet there. Fine, I'm gonna try to lighten up that a bit more. We can always take some Indian yellow, maybe Terra Rosa or something like that, and have a nice little orangey blend over that too, to kind of tone things down if it's too late. Did I get the other side? I didn't get the other side at all. Let's do that. Like we do here. So we're 2 hours in now. 2 hours in on our fabulous Fountain Court Guard. Anything else? Yep, a little something over here. Scare up a few little lighter bits of gold for the trim here on that tunic. Then some here. That also needs to reflect on our on his halberd, or sorry, his spear there. I don't think these are pike. I think these definitely gotta be just spears. Can't be pikes. Because I think they have men at arms, and those guys definitely have pikes. More of our light gold up here, top of the shoulder. Now down here. I think we already did the top of his shoulder there. Alright, we're doing this now. Just like we did on the last guy, more the Mars Yellow Deep, I think. Again, that's kind of an opaque color and see I can do my dry brush over that. Originally that was a bluish gray. Alright, then we did our darker glaze stuff into that. That sort of shifted it then towards our darker gold color, and we're mixing with that darker stuff that we put on there. Let me take the. Let's not go too late with that. It's getting too light, too quick. I'm going to back off to, again, that Mars yellow deep there, and we will go back to that little bit of a dry brush type of deal right there. Also on this side. Now again, the brush is going to start picking up some of that paint, because again, none of this stuff is dry, right? So the brush is going to start picking some of that up. You can see it on the end. See how it's darker now? So as we come back here, we refresh, and then we do it again. So thanks to Jeremy Woodford posting a link to the Patreon page. We will be probably, let's see, maybe Tuesday I think would be the next video that I post there. More of a light there. Alright, something on this here. Oh, that also is part of the cloak, so that's pretty much at this point just our white combined with the Indian yellow. That's going to make a fairly light, also fairly opaque yellow. Remember, this is not like acrylics. I know that a lot of folks they say that painting anything yellow or whatever with the acrylics is very difficult because it's so many coats or whatever, but that is not the case with the oils, right? Because you're working with stuff that is already so opaque. You don't have to, it's not going to require many layers. Hashtag no layers with the oil paints, of course. Doing this now. Something more up there. So you can see the even just in these two, right? Big difference there. And that's not our latest gold. Not our latest gold. Now this one, no, we still need to do that bit of dry brush stuff over here with the Mars Yellow. You can see it kind of almost as a flat, like a tiny little filbert brush. And that will go right over that portion. I don't need quite as much of it over here on this side. Carve out again some of our lighter stuff up there. That was that was way too much. Well, that's no biggie because we will take our maybe a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown too. That's still a little too much of the brown there. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so that's it. That sort of knocks that down a little bit. That was just a whole big swath of light that just streaked across there. do a little more here. What's happening here? More of this now. Up here. Up there. Again, sticking with the gold on the chainmail. Ah, almost forgot about his sword there. Alright, so one more with this. Wow, he'd have. Didn't even do the darker glaze of our Mars Yellow Deep there. So let's do that with some dry brush then. Just like we've done on the others, but I gotta refresh because the that dark bluish gray's getting in there. Like that, okay. Now, at least established it there now. Nope, nope, back up to this. These turns, let's get some of our lighter blue in between some of these panels on the armor here too. Oh yeah, on the base. I almost forgot about this. This is again the Roman texture wower from Green Stuff World. That's getting to be a little too much. Kind of yank away a little bit of that. And we're gonna try some more of this. Yeah, let's get this lighter down along that edge there. That here. Now we gotta get something really light on here. So we've got our white. We still want a little bit of yellow in there. But now we're gonna start heading back in the other direction. Look at this. See, much later on our golds right there. I guess you could say it's kind of the brightest of the gold highlights. Right there along each segment of the shoulder pauldrons. A little something extra there. Yeah, now you can really see where that light starts to almost as light as some, and even this is not straight up white. Even on the clothes there, not straight up white. Lighter on that side, later up here. Like you do. Lighter up there. Did we get the, no, didn't get the top of that headdress there. Trying to give him some eyes as well. Nice to see you there, Peace Talker. Happy Sunday to you. So, Peace Talker, just like we were talking about, getting down to more of these guys. And of course, Peace Talker, I hope everything is going really well. Fabulous start to your Sunday. Oh, geez, hey, Grand Oracle. Yeah, is it a creature caster one there, AD? So thanks, Grand Oracle. Geez, Grand Oracle. So I got pictures to send you there. It's a good thing you got in and out of here because I'm not sure you would get out of here again. Which that's something we might have to do a little bit of a check on here in a little bit. After maybe I do this part of our golds, we might need to refresh the medicine anyways. So appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Grand Oracle, when I get the pictures of the spacescapes there, the new set we did on Thursday, I'll shoot you the pictures of those, kind of the before and afters. Yeah, AD, those, I mean, that's basically where I only 3D print the creature caster stuff. I don't have the time, unfortunately, to resculpt a figure. Yeah, Grand Oracle, that doesn't surprise me. And actually, that is what's going on right now. So that's why in a little bit we're going to go check and see what's going on. I haven't gotten any text from the neighbor. I don't know if it's just all the water's coming in their ceiling and they're asleep. Well, Grand Oracle, I hope that the rest of the travels went okay without more delays there. So yeah, Grand Oracle, lots of new and different things that we've been doing on the stream last week or so. Can't wait to show you those. And then, of course, lots of one-to-one terrain scale projects there. Grand Oracle. Now, all those you saw all those pictures of that crack that I was fixing. Now you know that's why I did that thing, because I was wondering if something like this would be coming this way. This is not just a Lord of the Rings channel; it's also a home repair channel. Grand Oracle, there might have been a few. Oh, and Grand Oracle, this was the new experiment here. Was this, remember that tape that I was talking about? So you can see we did ourselves a resin. Oh, there you go. You can kind of see how deep that is. That's just with the UV, that new stuff that I found. It's kind of like the green stuff world stuff. I don't remember the name of it at all, unfortunately. But it seems to work really well. And I can get tons of it on Amazon. So there's definitely more water pour things that are going to be happening. Do we? He's got, okay, we got two more with our yellow on them. So Grand Oracle, we did, I think, 3 Fountain Court, Denethor, and the tree. Yeah, 3 Fountain Court, Denethor, and the tree. We're working on this here. Nice to see you there, Arda Michael. Arda Michael, you want to share anything in the chat? Like always, please go ahead. Let's here, let me get that little bit of the lighter gold down there. I was gonna say there, Grand Oracle. That's a significant time shift there. I know that Armored Wolf has to deal with a 4-hour time shift soon enough. No, no, not there. All right, we're gonna get this going here. I'm gonna say that should probably be gold up there. And this. Hey, there's surface tension. Nice to see ya. So surface tension, if you want to share some stuff, send the chat there, just like Arda Michael did. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. So great to see you there, surface tension. Not sure if the Welsh Landic Space Agency needs to get working on their shield again. Yeah, I know, Arda Michael. There's a lot of juggling of chainsaws there, for sure. Okay, we're doing that now. A little bit of a tassel right there. So everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Fabulous oil painted miniatures there. Lighten you up a little now. Something there. Keep going down here with a little bit of not too much of that though. But again, they're just like we did on that other thing where we had a weird brushstroke go kind of haywire. We just took some Indian yellow, a little bit of our violet there, and made ourselves a little bit of a pin line wash, and that took care of that real quick. Oh yeah, surface tension earlier. Recoil created a rocket surgery graphic for us there. We've been talking about it long enough. And then Recoil dropped down one of those. Surface tension, that is, we love a lot of things about the digital sculpting and all that kind of stuff. That is one thing that can get a little ornery, is that you can sculpt and print stuff that is almost too fine to get your brushes into, right? It's pretty close. You'd almost have an easier time just doing the freehand, right? Surface tension. Alright, I'm going to get a little bit of the light on that edge. So now we're going to do a little bit of a check here. About 2.5 hours in. Also going to try to refresh the medicine too. We're going to do that as well. Again, we've got our 6 guys here. Probably next thing we will do is let's hit this cloak here. Been doing a lot of stuff on the golds. Let's do it. It's almost like a violet. Well, it's kind of like a Payne's Gray. We'll start getting some lighter stuff on the cloaks, and there's a little bit of stuff on the tunics there. So don't go away. We shall return. Like the sign says, we'll be right back. Let's get back to that Payne's grayish type stuff there. See what we can do on that. I wonder, will we use this brush? Let's see if we can use this one here. Nice to see you there, Doji. Everybody, please welcome in Doji, of course. Well, happy Sunday there, Doji. I hope that you'll maybe get a chance to do a little bit of, maybe a little bit of painting stuff today. And of course, thanks for being here. Now we're just breaking out a bunch of this because I know we're gonna need a fair amount of this on our cloaks and robes here. Of course, Doji, if you would like to share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now, well, it's anything is better than nothing, right, Doji? I know it's nowhere near what you would like. You would certainly like to be able to do a lot more. But every little bit really does count. So great to see you there, Doji. My surface tension was it still going to be toasty there in Welshlandia? Alright, we're doing this here. I like surface tension, appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks, Camda. I was looking at that going, wait a second. Why have I not heard the sound for that? So appreciate that, Camda. Thank you so much, surface tension. Now, and again, these files are from Papal 3D, and right now they've got a fabulous 50% off sale going on. So I'm definitely going to have to partake of that. And there's the one thing I definitely have to get is the trebuchet crew. It's not just like a trebuchet and a couple of guys that look like just Gondor warriors with no spears or something. No, this really looks like a crew actually getting ready to fire a trebuchet. And it would be a nifty kind of a diorama type thing, not so much as a game type of piece, because that sort of stuff's not really in there is no unit like that. Just use a bit of blending brush there. Super quick. Sorry about that surface tension. It's been super crazy here. Oh, that's fantastic. Actually, surface tension, I was, unfortunately, with all the weather stuff here, I was not able to start the printing process. I was going to try and print out basically the City of the Dead from Printing Goes Ever On. Basically, it would be a backdrop type of thing for showcase vids. Well, we gotta get a little bit of light going on this thing here, because the way the cloak is here, that should be catching some light for sure. So I wasn't sure, Doji, if you have to head out and do some other stuff again, because I know that with the young one there, they're doing lots of different summer activities and such. So there's also, I guess there's a gate surface tension. It's been so long I completely forgot about there's basically it's like a little gate to the city or something. But the city itself, it's a bunch of pieces, and they're pretty darn huge. It's a little, I'm trying to kind of look at the pieces and trying to, looking at the main image of it fully printed and say, okay, what exactly are these print pieces here? Now, well, Doji, I don't think I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of garden stuff over the next few days. I'm guessing it's probably too late to plant hostas as well, so I don't think we're gonna think that project's gonna have to wait till the spring there. Maybe work this in now here. Yep. And we'll probably come back with some of our really hefty darks as well. It's not all just about the lighter stuff. And again, it looks like we're working on 6 guys here. We did start up a 7th and an 8th, but we wanted to have keep those aside so that we could kind of say, okay, here's how it was at this stage, here's how it was at that stage. Yeah, let's get, ooh, there we go. All right. More of that over here. And then we'll catch some down on the bottom of his rope. Then we're going to take something maybe like this. And remember, all the stuff that's down there is wet, so we can mix with that just like we did there. Just like all these. Look at that. We're just taking some of that and spreading that around. Spread that around some more. Like this. So we'll probably get some more of the sky blue. That might be our next thing. Yeah, so we'll go back with the sky blue on some parts of the armor there. Like really, really hit that more. Yeah, surface tension. I'm trying to really get a handle for how big that thing is. And of course, there's a lot of interior pieces, right? Surface tension. If I could just get the measurements on those. I was kind of tempted to make those out of foam if it's just going to be a bunch of practically like blocks. But I think every single thing has some kind of texture on it. There's no just like pure filler blocks or something like that. And I just kept thinking if there was some way to get like a really decent measurement of those and the shape of them. Could I just cut those out of foam and then just stick those in? Because it's all going to be pretty much glued together. I don't imagine it's now, I guess it comes apart for transport, but I can't imagine it comes apart to be played on, if you know what I mean. Maybe the columns up on the top, but other than that, I don't know. So I think we already did get a little bit of our lighter gray on his cape here a little bit ago. You know what? We're going to get rid of that bit of the yellow down there. We don't need that for sure. No, our brown, that's it. That's what we need to do. And actually, we can get to that right now. We'll take our Van Dyke brown, and then we were mixing some of the, yeah, some of that. We're just going to, nope, gotta go later with it. That's all right. So I hope that the garden stuff is going to be fun there, Doji. Hopefully, Doji, well, eatable stuff will probably still be a little ways away yet, but hopefully I'll be at least have some kind of tomatoes on the vine to show you there, Doji. So yeah, that surface tension, there's those colonnades kind of at the top, And I think there's almost like 2 levels, then the colonnades on the top. At least that's what it seems like to me with that big old structure there. Can't quite tell how wide it might be. The individual piece, I thought, well, okay, maybe I can print, 2 pieces at a time. The individual pieces seem to be relatively large. I think maybe I could squeeze 2 of them on a build plate at once, but I'm almost at these stages. I'd rather just kind of print them out one at a time instead of two, unless they're like super tiny and it's very easy to squeeze them in. Less and less now. I'm kind of challenging the edges of the build plate. Oh, yeah, Doji. Well, it would seem that the bars of Irish Spring have been doing their job. Well, I guess that might be one thing that I have to replenish over this coming week here. I think those are probably, for the most part, worn out. And those seem to have been doing a good job of keeping away critters. Yeah, surface tension, there's a lot of the... I wonder if he did it on purpose there. Surface tension, where there's a lot of the structure integrated into the rocks. And of course, I'm having made many foam rocks over the decades. Kind of a little bit loath to do that, but don't also necessarily have the time to do that. Also, I don't have the 2-inch foam either, which is also super expensive. Yep, surface tension. It is the anti-critter mechanism that we use here to keep our veggies and stuff safe from varmints, from those pesky varmints. Now we were talking about also too the reflected light there, and again that's a kind of our earth color there. It's kind of a warmish gray. Doing that down here, and then to warm this up, lighten that up on the spear shaft there. Then get some of this on his glove. Because I know that there's like those 2 sides, right? And there's the colonnades on either side. Those each of those columns I think print separately. That's why I need to essentially almost get a whole nother printer so I can just kind of have one that's dedicated to doing that, so that I can print up things like the busts on the Bamboo X1. Now we were talking about that blue stuff. Let's make that happen here. So we'll get our sky blue. Our poor man's Sevres blue, basically. That is the sky blue from Paul Rubens. Definitely up here. We're going to have to get ourselves a bit of a horizon line on that. I don't really see one. Gotta get a little bit of light in there too. Yeah, surface tension. I figured with all of these type of lights and everything, And of course, kind of, it would almost be painted a bit like Minas Morgul, with kind of the greenish glow, but also lots of weather. I guess. Well, who knows? Oh, that's Dirty Down sprays. That's it. That's I think that is a structure where the Dirty Down sprays might come in a bit handy. I have to remember to get those. Did I? All right. Somehow we didn't get our little bit of reflected light on here. We'll do that now. So I figured that would be some nice LEDs there. Surface tension should illuminate it very well. Thank you so much, Call Me Don. Appreciate that. So yeah, that whole Cave of the Dead thing, that's a pretty freaky place. He's like, yeah, I heard that it's almost like those one of those little ball things. You jump in there and mix all little plastic balls and you like have a fun thing. It's like, no, it's not a fun thing. Those are skulls. He's like, well, yeah, but we don't really have plastic in this day and age. I think he's getting confused there. I forget what those things are called. Was that another Gandalf 6? Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was another Gandalf 6 because I thought I saw this, but it must have popped on over to the 3 there. So thank you so much, Call Me Don. Appreciate that. See you later, Doji. Enjoy the garden stuff for sure. Have a fantastic Sunday, of course. See a little bit of a skull pit there. Surface tension. It's where all the Fountain Court guys are going to go to have some fun. So again, just trying to work in this sky blue. It's not terribly light. It's pretty much a mid-tone in amongst everything else. Get some of that up over there, and then some here too. Yeah. Did we do? Okay, yeah, we did those two. We'll throw up a little more of our sky blue up in here. Yeah, we don't have hardly any of it up there. Then I think the next thing we might, yeah, let's go back with some darks here, like we did on the other one, and or yesterday. Lots of edges we can sharpen up, horizon lines on things like these, like the bracers here. Yeah, surface tension. It's the ball pit of skulls. It's only 25 cents to get in there. We'll catch a bit more of a light up on top of that. Also over there. Some over here. Sure, let's do that. Let me. Well, first I gotta deposit some over there because that's way too much of it. And then we'll have to come back again with our darks there, and we'll get some separation in that. Sky blue up. Ooh, also too, gotta get the reflection. That part of the pauldron. We might have to go back and do some of that on the other ones too, in case I forgot. Actually, well, do we have that here? We do. It's a bit like this, right? Surface tension at that point. Yeah, Arda Michael. It's kind of wild, right? Printing out your own bits boxes, essentially. It's very interesting how that's all kind of changed over the course of time. All right, let me, yeah, get a little bit of this. Oh, geez, we have none of this sky blue over here. And that's still mixing, by the way, especially if I do that in a kind of a dry brushy way. That still is doing a wee bit of wet blending there. I think we did do a decent job of getting some of our sky blue out on this guy. Yeah, Erda Michael, those do kind of, well, they have a large footprint in more ways than one. There's that minor thing of electrical power. Where's that coming from? That was too much. I might even have to use this here as a ultra micro blended. It worked fine. Yep, that worked out. Did I? We need some sort of a reflection in there, and then oh yeah, a little bit more of our lighter blue on that part of the helmet. Now let's get some of the dark here. Then it'll be some of it'll be the darker gold. Some of it's going to be our darker blue. I'm going to go with this to sharpen up some of our spear blades. Doing that on that side. Some of it here. So yeah, Renlor for the coacherts, if you look at the videos, all I'm ever really using is just stuff like this. So just beat up craft brushes like this. You can see there's texture paste, that's modeling paste. So yeah, just beat up old craft brushes. Not gonna wipe out brand new good brushes for stuff like that. I mean, we're just literally slapping paint on there. There is no need to get all technical or nothing like that with them. They're just there to slap some paint on, see what it looks like. Now is that what the geez, is it one of those 500 no 1100 or 1200 watt solar powered batteries there, Erda Michael? I had wanted to get like the really ultra big one, the one that's maybe got 5,000 whatever that could actually run, well, even I guess you could say a refrigerator. I was thinking more sump pump, but unfortunately that 11-1200 thing that would not even run one of my little heaters or something like that. That was very disappointing because that was supposed to go out in the garage and provide some heat out there in the wintertime. Darken you down. We're going to darken this down up here. Separate that from the blue there. Thank you so much, Drexia. Appreciate that. So how you doing there, Drex? I hope everything has kind of calmed down a bit there. So great to see you there, Drexia, and of course, happy Sunday to you. Boy, Rico, that's really fantastic. Now, here, sadly, that is not. That's that. I know people have them on their roofs. But there are several difficulties here, unfortunately. I've long since, long have I yearned for the day recoil, right, that I could just have those up there, and I just say, all right, actually, recoil, can you sell it back to the grid if you have extra? Because that would be extra sweet, wouldn't it? If you could even, your whatever excess there is, you sell it back to the grid, and you become a recoil energy corporation. So that well, there you go, recoil. You can create an REC logo for yourself there, the Recoil Energy Corporation, generating free electricity since whatever date. Because yeah, recoil, that was something that I thought, well, that would be kind of neat to be able to sell that back to the grid and maybe make a few extra coins. Now, of course, if it was a certain shall we say Elrond or something like that, mob boss of Middle Earth, he might want a cut of everything. Yeah, recoil. He takes 50% off the top, and then after you meet an unfortunate accident, then he gets the other 50%. He is the mob boss of Middle Earth, after all. Unfortunately, that's never going to happen here. The last thing, well, the houses are a little bit too close together for one thing, and then also, well, I'm guessing they don't get covered with snow too often, right? Recoil. So yeah, that is a minor detail in the wintertime, is that they would maybe be covered with 5, 6, 12 inches of snow. Back when we used to have winters. And who knows, maybe one day we have winters again. Instead of February being the new July. Look at the difference that makes. And we never did get our really light stuff on there. Fine, let me take. We got you sitting over here. Let's scare up some. I'm going to get some thinner on these things here. And remember, we could still maybe do our super light stuff as well. Get out the fast matte white and do that. Somehow, that never got hit. There we go, much better now. And some there. Do something on that. Okay, we did our. I don't know. I'm gonna double check here to see if we did our. Nope, we did not get our dark in these areas here. So I'll do that. Like so. We were doing it in some of the other spots, but not in those. Hey there, Sector X. Great to see ya. So happy Sunday there, Sector X. So Sector X, hopefully you've kind of recovered from the 72 hours of no sleep there. We certainly got something like that coming along here, that's for sure. Could be the better part of a week with no sleeping. That's great, Sector X. Glad to hear that. I'm also going to get me a little bit of dark into the recesses of that now. Let me take some more of that paint away. Right along our top edge there. Separate that from the rest of the helmet. Did it on the other side. We will have to come back in with, again, we still have our lightest lights to add. We haven't done that yet. That'll be with Vast Matte White, of course. Yeah, Sector X, well, we'll see if it stays there. If what happens in Vegas really does stay in Vegas. See you later, Surface Tension. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully, we'll be seeing you on the Monday stream. And again, a little bit of a programming note. It's very possible I won't be doing the usual Friday, Saturday streams. Friday, I'm almost sure is out because of the wedding stuff. The Saturday stream, it depends when I get back. If I get back early enough, well, then we'll have our Saturday stream. I have a feeling that we will not be staying there super late. Part of it is where this is at, which is nowhere near any of our houses, which might kind of change what they might normally do. So great to see you there again, Plankwalker. So Drexia, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate the bitses too. Thanks for those. Darken that down a little more maybe. And then sharpen up these edges. I thought we'd already gotten our little dark point up there. We hadn't done that yet. So happy Sunday there, Plankwalker. So reflected like a horizon line there on the helmet. I'm going to take some of my, again, that's some of my indigo, some of the Mars black. Mix those. There you are. Ooh, we'll sneak a little dark in there too. So we're our first quarter in here against the Eagles. Their recoil. This is something where they better not screw around like they did with the D's last week, right? That was a little too crazy. Hopefully this time around they kind of get the message there. It may not matter, of course. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Of course, Inganes, why don't you share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat? Because Inganes also does the oil painting. So great to see you there, Inganes. Everybody check out that Instagram link. go check that out. And again, please give Nganes a follow. So Nganes, we're going to be, I think we're going to be streaming this weekend, right? All right. Again, reinforcing some of these edges and darks, and then we'll get our fast mat weight out there and really see where there's some really intense weight we can do that. Here's a little bit of a horizon line there. We'll use this as a bit of a blending brush there. Darker here. So Tuesday. Yeah, Recoil, again, if they win this game, they will be in the 8. I'm trying to figure out, Recoil, how in the world Gold Coast has only played 21 games? Do people actually get a bye in the last week of the season? Because that's the only way I can see this working out. Oh, geez, the Trogoths. There's a blast from the past. So again, Nganes, I hope that the stream is going to be super fun on Tuesday then. Let me keep rolling this way. Something a little darker down there. We also might even get a little more separation on our tile pieces here. Like that, and now here again, back to the dark on our edges of the tunic there. Yep, darken that down. Darken this down a little more. We'll sharpen this edge hopefully here. Oh yeah, a whole bunch of edges that need sharpening there. And a lot of this stuff will be that kind of that lightest light. We'll get the fast mat weight out there for that. For whatever reason, it seems to just do that last little bit of intense weight more than the Paul Rubens. Yeah, let me darken that down. We need more separation. Oh yeah, here. Gonna deposit some down there. And separate each of those planes. A little bit more dark there. Oh yeah, reflected. Essentially like a either horizon line or maybe the other guys next to him, whatever. So again, please check out that Instagram link that Nganes just posted. More of our dark in there. Is this okay? It's the last one. So I think. I'll try this again. There. Blending brush. Get some of our dark in there. Well, now we've been at this 3 hours, 13 minutes. Fast mat weight. There it is from Gamlin. and bring you over here. And now some of the really light stuff on like the headdress, the tunic and stuff, really super light. Hey there, Gatugi, how you doing? So we have the Windsor Newton, both the regular Erdest oils plus the Griffin Alkids. There's the Gamlin, which is essentially about the same price range and such as the Windsor Newton. Then there's the Williamsburg. That's the pricey stuff, but it really does have that fine quality. And then there's the like Richardson. That's another one kind of along the lines of Windsor Newton. And then of course there's the new Paul Rubens stuff. That's the stuff you can get on Amazon. Those are also Alkids. I mean, the two key things is they're Alkids, and you can get them on Amazon very easily. Basically, no matter where you are. And in a world where it can be really hard for people to get the same thing, that is really crucial. It also does expand on certain things like our radiant colors and other crucial things. Now, is the Paul Rubens going to be like the Williamsburg in quality? Well, it better not be. Just a fraction of the price. Otherwise, Williamsburg would have some explaining to do if that were the case. Sliders on the top of his spear. More of that over here. Lighten you up too. Oh yeah, right here along the edge of the shoulder. You need to catch the light on that edge. There we go. A little bit on the sword there too. Blending brush. That's a little. There we go. That's a better one. So instead of a whole bunch of layers on one little sword handle that's tucked in to that sheath, we just said, you know what, we're just going to throw a little bit of paint there. We will take a blending brush and we'll let that do the rest for us. So it's kind of a collection of brands. I mean, I would be fine with just using the Windsor Newton stuff and the Alkids, whatever, but you know, other folks, maybe they can't get those type of things, and again, stuff like the Williamsburg, I mean, you do sort of get what you pay for. If you shell out for the Williamsburg stuff, you are, in general, getting some really top-notch quality paint there. I know overseas, but Schminke, I think that's the one that people talk about overseas a lot. It seems to be like the Williamsburg of the EU or something. Taking our light there. Oh yeah, a little bit of the light on that now. Top of his helmet, yep. Still also got to get some light on the tunic. I might have to actually back up to the other one and do a similar thing, because I'm not sure I did get the light on his tunic. So we gotta get the lightest stuff going. A little too light there. So we're using the high quality odorless thinner and just a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of it. And I mean by tiny, I mean this is just a water bottle cap. That's it. We use something like this to clean the brushes, or just basically dish soap and water. If you get paint on your hands, that is the best way to get the stuff off your hand. Just a little bit of warm water and dish soap, and it'll be gone in no time. And we're talking about even some of the more staining type colors too. You'll be able to get those going. Yeah. Oh, here. Let's catch a little bit of light on this. Maybe that's something that Denethor might be doing there. That's Denethor's approach to oil painting. Keep working, and there we go. Some of our lights on the. Okay, we did the front side. Looks like, yeah. Did we get? Oh, you did get the light on that side. All right, good to go. Couple little extra doodads there on his helmet, on the armor here. Little chain of highlights there. Nice to see you there, Jet. Happy Sunday. Hope everything is going really well there, Jet. Hope you've had a chance to do some painting as well. Now, yeah, Renlor, you can get that stuff on Dick Blick. You can get that stuff on Hobby Lobby's website there, or just at the stores. I haven't been to any of those places in a very, very long time, so everything I get is always just either on Dick Blick or whatever. So happy Sunday there, Jet. Lighter stuff up there on his head crest. And sticking with the fast matte white here. Not too much thinner there though. I was getting close to too much thinner. We'll hit that too. Might have to get more of the sky blue onto that part of his. Also, some of that down here. Where's my? There it is. Now I guess we gotta thin this down. Kind of reactivate that a bit. While I'm thinking about it, I'm just gonna do that here. Hey there, Practical Dice. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah, there we are. Thank you so much, Practical Dice. Also, happy Sunday to you. And Practical Dice, so again, if you want to post anything in the chat there, please go ahead. Trying to continue on here with some of our marble. Well, congratulations on that, Jet. I know that is quite a bit of work. Well, ironically enough, I am trying to sculpt a wedding topper for my niece's wedding at the moment. Let's continue here with our lighter stuff like this. Not on his gloves. Not on the gloves. Might actually take a stroll back here. I just forgot about these. And now they're more in line with ones I've done before. Back to this guy here. So yeah, it's going to be a bit like, I wonder here if I can find it easy enough. So yeah, kind of like this is the one that I did for Kathy and I back in the day. So we're trying to do something like that for Denise's wedding. I already did a couple of other things for the wedding stuff there. There's like a keepsake box, and then actually a little model train car, because of course Wampleville and all. Light on the base tiles again. This thing. No, let's refresh that brush. There's no sharp edges on this thing, except maybe down by the end of the blade of it, so let's definitely get some of those in. Some more light on the that's again trying to create a horizon line there. So yeah, practical dice. That was we were talking about that earlier in the stream. Let's put it this way: I don't have very good references to work from for the bride. Let's put it that way. And I'd say, well, it would be a whole lot easier if I could actually, instead of just seeing like another person in that dress, it would be a little bit easier if it was actually you. So if it doesn't look quite like it, well, it's going to look more like the person who you sent me the photograph of. Let me hit this too. Lighter down there, also there. I know there's there's this the superstition there. You're not supposed to be able to see him in the dress beforehand. However, that may have to exclude the wedding cake topper sculptor. So we have practical dice. It's going to be an interesting. I've already done the armature parts. It's going to be heavy because we ended up having to go old school with the Sculpey. So that's going to be one heavy wedding topper. So hopefully hopefully their wedding cake is very solid. All right, we're doing this here too. Yep. And a little something. And maybe try to lighten this up a teensy bit, maybe. Also some up there. Trying to catch a little. Oh yeah, on that sword handle. We've got our blending brush over here that we can use. Can take some of that away. Grand Oracle, ever since that little experiment, remember with what was that, those eyeliner pens or something like that? I had wondered about those. I try to read between the tea leaves, and I think all I keep hearing is, okay, for base coats, but since we don't really do the base coat thing, right, I don't know if that would be any real value. I was only thinking of them, Grand Oracle, for possible like freehand design stuff. So that was the only thing I was wondering if that might. Remember, we used to make up things on what was that? The vehicle, right? That Trench Crusade vehicle there, and that made it real easy to transfer those designs. Some very complex freehand. Yeah, practical dice. Yeah, it's again, I understand the superstition there, but sometimes there might need to be exceptions to that. Not for everybody, of course. I mean, well, the person doing the fittings and all that, right? They obviously they're gonna have to see unless you might want an unusual fit to that dress there. Wow, that really is that is substantially later. Remember, we painted the tree itself on the stream last night. The diorama portion is kind of partially painted. Yeah, see, the AD, that worked out just fine. But yeah, that was, let's put it this way, it's been strictly enforced. Very strictly enforced. I was like, why in the world am I getting a picture of like the top half of somebody that clearly is from a magazine? That was the, yeah, it was, no, the bottom half, that's right. Like, this is really unusual. Let me get the top edges of this. Oh yeah, this thing here, we haven't done anything on that. See if we can't give him some eyes is there, and also again some lighter stuff on the top of the helmet crest there. Also top of the helmet itself. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. So happy Sunday there, Sea Dragon. I hope that things are going okay there. Alright, in you go with that. Oh, here's another horizon line over here, I think. So working on some more of our I almost said Royal Guard. I'm thinking Rohan there. Some more of our Fountain Court Guard here. Let me see something here. Okay. No, that's still going. All right. And well, let's see. We're about 3.5 hours in here. I'm glad that things are going good there, Sea Dragon. Let me pick out a little bit more of our light on the edges of the head crest there. Gotta get the top edge of this here. Then I think I'm gonna go back and maybe do the one step lighter. Just start getting some lighter stuff on our on at least the top parts of the cloaks here. Better do that. We still kind of just have a light middle tone up there. Trying to do our no. Let's not wipe out our dark line we established there. Lightest light there along the edge of the armor. Well, Sea Dragon, congratulations on that in advance. I guess there's you could really start to think about all the projects that you would like to tackle miniature painting wise. See there, great minds think alike, right, right, Grand Oracle? That went a little. Oh no, actually wasn't really all that far off. Now here again, we're going to do this, and then we're going to blend that right in there. Again, for some reflected light on the helmet there. Where's my... There it is. There's my sky blue. How that mix with the lightest light, just a smidge there. I think we already... No, maybe we didn't do our lightest light on the... this tunic right here. I guess we didn't. I thought we did. Let me hit this again with a little bit more light. Maybe a tiny portion of the underside of that blade there. Here, let's get the light up there. So yeah, Sea Dragon, just like all the little things that we tell folks with the color charts, of course, and the color test mini, that's just black and white, or one light color, one dark color. The values of a little bit of a value study. Can't go wrong with those. All right, so what we'll do is we're gonna get into some of the lighter stuff up here. I'm just gonna check something super quick, but yeah, we're gonna take the again, that is this really nifty. It's like a dark version of our Radiant Violet right here. Yeah, Grand Oracle, that one, that was our Dark Sword one. That worked out super well. Again, I shall return. 1 second. Time for the purple. I think it can't just be this. Yeah, it's got to be a little something more. You know what? Not more purple. Let's just use a little bit of our white here. So they'll kind of gray it down just a smidge there. So here's hoping that works out for you, Grand Oracle. I know that boy, there's probably projects that are years in the making, right? That you've been waiting years to be able to get to. And I know, well, at least you were able to kind of get into some of the painting there. And here's hoping that it's going to expand a lot more. Keeping our... Yeah, this is probably about as light as we really want to go with this. I'm not sure we want to go a whole lot lighter. Hopefully the hay gear sprinter is working out really well still. Grand Oracle, I'm sure it is. Actually, Grand Oracle, there's been some weird stuff going on here. I mean, it could come down to just that the cleaner somehow got messed up and just got too old or something like that instead of kind of a temperature related thing. I don't know. Again, I had speculated, was it actually too warm? Because it can't be too humid, because it's less humid in the basement than it is up here with the air conditioners. Because we got a half a dozen, no, maybe 7 dehumidifiers working on down there. Well, I'm glad that's worked out well there, Grand Oracle. Find the light on the tops, again, especially up towards the top. Not quite as much down towards the bottom for, well, obvious reasons. Way back in the day, I used to highlight the bottom part of the cloak just as much as the top part. Like literally the bottom edge of it. That was excessive. So Rico, I just checked there. We're about 11 minutes into the second quarter, and it seems like, although they're starting to maybe back off a little bit, and looks like West Coast has been getting some scores here. Again, we don't want any of the fooling around like last week. Don't need any miracle results at the end. Apparently there was some kind of miracle result at the end of the wasn't Hawthorne. Oh no, it was Adelaide. Yeah, Adelaide and Collingwood there. Yeah, Collingwood's slide continues. Oh, did I get the? Wait a minute. Timeout. Timeout. Let's not get too hasty here. All right, back to. We'll use this as a blending brush here. If that gets too light, then the light on our tunic there, well, not gonna really do a whole bunch, is it? And we'll continue with this light here. So I think what we'll do is we'll be working on these 6 guys here, because at least these 6 will allow me to photograph our diorama. He never got any eyes, is there? A little more reflected light on the helmet over there too. And yep, let's get some lighter stuff up there. Lighter stuff over here. Blending brush right here. Let all just blend together. Tap, tap like so. More blending. Oh, geez, all the way up there. Yep, just all the way up there. Just catch these lines. Only the top of that, maybe a little bit down here. But again, the light has to be focused up here. I mean, maybe we do one last little bit of light. No, that gets too light, it's going to start being almost as light as the armor. That would be way too much. So Grant Oracle, I was still kind of bummed that, say, the some of the Anycubic, not the Anycubic, the bamboo printers haven't kind of gone into, shall we say, less expensive mode with the new printer out. I have a feeling if there is any kind of super special deals, maybe even just on that P1 or something, Grant Oracle, to get that, say there's a Black Friday, whatever, maybe get that, and that can be relegated to, say, rougher terrain pieces, things that don't really need a super amount of detail. Because I might need to be doing more of the kind of carrying case or storage bin type things as well, and I don't really want to be wasting bamboo carbon X1 stuff on something like that, even just the wear and tear. Okay, that's actually going to get toned down just slightly there. Now we got to start doing some of the boots. I'll go back to the Van Dyke Brown again after this, as we get a little bit of reflected light on that part of the helmet. I mean, we got to do some lighter stuff on some other boots. There's a whole lot of nothing on some of those boots. Again, we don't necessarily need it to be super light, super detailed, but we need at least a little something on there. Let's see, we got one more guy after this to do our much lighter cape colors here. No. Let's use this as a blending brush here. And here, let's do this. All right. Edge of this, because again, his arm is sort of pulling that cape up this way towards the light. Need to simplify some of this. It's getting mighty complex there. See you later there, AD. Appreciate you being here. But please give AD Creations a follow. Of course, AD, why don't you post your stuff one more time in the chat there before you head off to sleep. So here's hoping that everything just kind of stays relatively calm there. Hopefully, you don't get what we're getting. It's weird, AD. Usually, actually, ironically enough, AD, I think maybe the stuff that's happening here is pushing that out to sea. Normally, when it gets to be hurricane season, those tend to take a lot of the oomph and energy out of the atmosphere, at least around here, and just kind of shifts it down south. Okay, yeah, I had to just quickly reinforce that while I was thinking about it. This is our last guy with this. Then like we were just saying, we're gonna dive into our little bit of the Van Dyke Brown and do the boots, because we really don't have any kind of shading on them whatsoever. Everybody check out that Instagram link that AD Creations just posted, and then please give AD Creations a follow so you don't miss anything when AD goes live again. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try to get me a little bit of that down in here. little something there on his face. Okay, now for the boots. Van Dyke Brown here. Let's go with the white mix on that, because then it keeps it almost kind of a grayish tone. Ooh, that is way too light, especially for a boot that is mostly in shadow there. Alright, I think now we've got it. So practical dice, it really will kind of depend on the situation. So there's a point where it's just the same brush, and sometimes I don't even clean it. I had to figure that back in the old days when I was painting with the oils, we didn't even have the cleaner. We basically just had a paper towel, and we would just wipe the brush off with a paper towel and keep going with that same brush. So see you later, AD. Take care as always. Now in those earlier phases, since I'm just using craft brushes, well, it's very, especially with like a pre-glaze or something, right? Practical dice. That's where I might have 3, 4, 5 different craft brushes going. I mean, they're usually about 25 cents a piece, so having multiple craft brushes going, not too big a deal. Especially since we're not doing layers, right? So the having the brush be all clean, not necessarily very advantageous. We actually want paint in that brush, even like our our loaded blending brush, or even when we're just gonna blend stuff, we'll actually get a little bit of paint on that brush. Okay, we did his boots too. Shift him around, and even down here, that is mixing with paint that is already there, and we can do a little more mixing like this. Practical dice, that's where, well, we were talking about it earlier with the painting multiple figures, or basically some way to make sure that you're not just kind of hammering away at the same area over and over again in too short a time. So like here, right, we're rotating around between, well, essentially 7 figures really, and that makes sure that we're not, again, hammering away at the same area in too short a time frame. Yep, surface tension. That's we say an awful lot, right? That's, oh my gosh. If we want to do any kind of, well, dry brushy stuff here or whatever, even our wet blending, we have to make sure there's not too much thinner on that brush or cleaner, because then it's not a blending brush, it's an eraser brush, right? It basically just becomes an eraser. Oh, yeah. No. Wait, a little more Van Dyke Brown there. There we go. We're a little shy on our Van Dyke Brown over there. Now let's get some of that on the boots is there. Yeah, not too much. Ooh, before I forget, because I will, let me steal some of this. And that is going to go here. Little dry brush of that on that floor section there. Was there another one that had this? We'll just do something like that, super simple. So yeah, definitely practical dice. That's well, we always talk about having multiple things to work on, even if that means you stop working on, say, what you're painting, and you do some basing stuff or some prep work on other figs. And it doesn't have to be, hours and hours. It could be as little as maybe 10 minutes, just giving that figure or that area time to set. And usually you can kind of tell by how, okay, if it's super shiny, well, then you must have just put something on there. If it's starting to kind of matte out and dull down a little bit, okay, maybe that's something I put on there a while ago. Again, even just maybe 20 minutes ago, that is something you can work with. Do I? Fine, I'm going to throw a little something there. Well, let's not forget the those the leathers here. That really actually should be a gold there. So I'm gonna get the. Well, it looks like there wasn't any of the blue in there. We're gonna take some of our Mars Yellow Deep, perhaps. Looks like that will go on there, and that should do the trick for it. Get a little bit of something lighter on his boots there. Something very, very dark here with our Van Dyke Brown. I'm trying to maybe also see if I can where there are eyes that are a little bit easier to get to. Maybe we will try to paint a little something like eyes there. Like so. Also a bit there. Yeah, practical dice. That's why I try to keep the videos at a certain length, right? So that you don't have to say, well, geez, I need 13 straight consecutive hours. I don't have that. So I try to keep it down more like to what people might actually have as a work session time. Well, Camden, hopefully your one-to-one terrain scale project is a fun one and not a crazy one. Again, I think I'm very glad that I was able to do what I did on my terrain projects. I wish I did not have a chance to finish the other part of the outside stuff, but there was nothing I could do. Sorry about that, Camda. So practical dice, it will depend. Sometimes I might even just keep them till, especially here, since there's about 4 of them or 3 of them that I'm not going to be able to get to. I think I'm just going to keep those as is for because I might be working on some more new ones or whatever. And of course, just like the surface tension was saying, you don't necessarily like with the army painting series, right? Practical dice, that stuff is all drying from one episode to the next. Those figures not entirely all, one stage wet into wet or something like that. They definitely take place over the course of several episodes. So the Western Bulldogs, it does seem like, well, it's 72 points, almost at halftime, and they already have 72 points. So at least they're taking the game seriously. Hopefully, they also take it seriously in the second half. Let me sharpen up that edge a little bit there. Oh, did I get? Yeah, those are pretty good there. Oh, we gotta get some on the blue deals here. Yeah, we can reinforce these tiles here though. Yep. There's another bit of dark we need up in there. Let's darken you down a bit there. Nice. Fine, well, that's a little too, oh, that's too much. Too much. We will take some of that away. Maybe find out. That was some more dark than we went up there on the top of that head crest there. So yeah, but practical dice. I don't really put that much out on the palette. There's just a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit that goes out there. I think all I've added so far was just a little bit of the fast matte white, which wasn't out there to start with. Mostly because that's an alkyd, and well, it's gonna dry more quickly for sure. So we just kind of leave that out there till we really need that. If I do too much of the dark there. What about on our banner river? Okay, we got that. Oh, we just kind of wiped out that light that I had there. Fine, we'll try it again. There, okay, and now we'll get a couple bits of a reflected light there. Nope, we don't need too much more light on that tunic. So yeah, like Surface Tension was saying, you could have yourself a little palette knife or something like that. If you feel like you could get your stuff out there on the palette easier. This is very difficult to get to with the banner guy for sure. This the stuff on his helmet here. Yeah, it's like a Surface Tension saying the oils, it's generational wealth, right? Surface Tension. It should last you literally for generations. No doubt about it. Let me see if I can't get a little more light here on this part of the tree symbol. We might do a little something on the, it's not really a fringe there so much. Just a little hint of something there, I guess. Fine, I'll catch a couple more lights on the banner pole there. You know what, let me go back to my darker stuff that I was about to do on this. Basically try to give him some eyes there. Okay, let's get back to our reference again. There we are. Darken you down a little more. Indian yellow. Some of that Terra Rosa. And I'm just going to do a little bit of glazy something on that. Let's see. At that Practical Dice, you know, people kind of get, oh man, that tube of paint is expensive, and then you say, well, wait a minute, compared to what? That jar of contrast paint, that's like a Williamsburg Series 2 almost. It's certainly a Series 2 Gamlin, Richardson, or Winsor Newton, no doubt about that. Now, before I forget, I'm going to try to take here the Payne's Gray and some of this. Oh, that's going to be too late. I'm just trying to do something on our darker tiles here. Let's not do something too light. Okay, that's about it. Kind of had to be sort of a mid-tony type of color there. And again, we're going to just try to do some marble effects here. That's why we have a blending brush at the ready here. Let's have it go this way. Again, not too light. Fine, we'll do that with the darker blue there too. Alright, more on this. Something back here. And again, just a reminder, I think there's no way I'll be doing the Friday stream. If there's a Saturday stream, it would be a much later beginning. Oh, and guys, why don't you share some of your oil painted stuff there? And again, the surface tension, why don't you share some of your stuff? And of course, Practical Dice, if you wanted to share things, please go ahead and do that. Again, just not looking to do something super specific here as far as a marble, just a little generic something here. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Inkane's just shared. And everybody please give Inkane's a follow, because Inkane's does the oils and Inkane's streams the oil paints. So for sure, check that out. Did I get, yep, that little bit of stone there. I might, let me just use this. Nope, the Van Dyke Brown. Maybe some of that Terra Rosa. Almost kind of dirtied that up a little bit, maybe. Okay, I think I might have to, unfortunately, because things are getting dicey here with the electricity going on and off. So I'm going to find a raiding partner super quick here before we lose all the stuff. I will say thank you very much to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Sorry to run fast here, but things are getting a little bit too crazy. So we're going to see if we can, again, find ourselves a raiding partner here. And let's do this. So sorry to run. Got to do it because electricity is clicking on and off here. So we better do this while we can. See you later, Sea Dragon. Thank you so much. See you later, Jet. Appreciate everybody being here. And I'll see you later there, Inganes.